This is America Weather Streaming Channel meteorologist Chris Schromick, and I'm here this afternoon with our severe weather coverage. On this, looks like the third day in a row with severe weather coverage with these multiple low pressure systems that have moved through the Midwest here. It's just starting on Thursday, and we had the significant severe weather in the Omaha area, Lincoln, west central Iowa yesterday. That was severe stuff. We got, the Weather Service has crews out now assessing all that tornadic activity, but the one in northwestern suburbs of Omaha was a very, very large storm. It was about 2 miles wide in diameter, caused significant damage to lots of housing, and same thing with the ones that went out in west central Missouri. So we got our prayers and everything out with the folks up there. They're getting stuff cleared out, and what we got going on this afternoon is a second of those upper level lows that's spinning out of the Four Corners region. Right now we've got watches. We'll go run down the watches that we have out there for now. Right now we got tornado watches that cover all the way from northwest Missouri through east central and central Kansas, and all the way down into west central and central Oklahoma. These are in place until, I believe the one in Oklahoma is 8 p.m. and these other two are until 9 p.m. here this evening. We also got the severe thunderstorm watch back here where I am reporting from. I'm in northwest Kansas in Atwood. This watch is in place again until 9 p.m. here this evening. And out here, if we look at, we'll take a look at some satellite data and that as we move ahead. But we've got just to the north end of that watch box, there is cloud cover and cooler temperatures, and it's only been in the upper 50s today with a northeast breeze at about 10 miles per hour. If you get where this watch box is, we got 70, middle 70s, upper 70 degree temperatures. Got some dew points up there in the middle to upper 50s in this region here. That is where we are looking for some severe thunderstorms to probably develop here in the next, here shortly. We'll get a radar out there and look. That'll be in that Kiowa County, Colorado, Cheyenne County, where some of the clouds are broken there. And then they're going to move north and east. So computer models are showing that these storms will develop out here right along to the west of the Kansas-Colorado border, and then move northeast through Sharon Springs, Colby, and eventually Decatur and Norton County. Wraparound rain could, cover most of this tri-state area out here to the west. So we're going to be watching that here this afternoon. Computer models, varying which one you're looking at. The higher amounts are showing anywhere up to 1.5 inches of rain. Most generally, it's in that 1/2 inch to 1 inch type rainfall for northwestern Kansas. And we definitely will need it out here to get our drought conditions and fire weather that we've been experiencing. Now that we'll go back to the radar here, we'll focus on these tornado watch areas. We do have thunderstorms that have been in the northeastern Kansas that does have 2 tornado warnings on them, or they had 3 on them before we came on here at 3. There was one reported on the ground there in White Cloud area to the north and east of White Cloud, heading towards the river, the Missouri border. There is some Indian reservation out there in that, but that one did have a law officer reported tornado. The other 2 were radar indicated. One was up further north along 36 in the Highland area to the east of Highland, I believe, and then the other one was back in Pottawatomie County, and those were radar indicated. So that was about an hour or 2 hours ago when that activity popped up. And then we've got severe thunderstorms that are now down in south of Wichita area, moving to the northeast towards Wichita. Just looking at the latest severe weather indices, particularly the shear indices, to see if any rotation. It really didn't have any in Oklahoma until it got up there into that Wichita area. Around 4 o'clock here, 5 o'clock time frame. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I think that's an area that we need to focus in to start this off here are those main areas. So I'm going to go back to our radar screen so you can take a look at what I'm talking about on the radar. And again, those of you out on Facebook, out on YouTube channel, please share this with your friends on let them know that we're doing this live. Again, we're going to be covering all the way from northwestern Kansas, all the activity in Oklahoma, all the way into northwest Missouri here this evening. And again, we're glad that we're getting more and more followers all the time. And this is our goal, is to have a 24/7 weather channel, whether it's whatever part of the country. We got storms going, we got meteorologists across the country, and we should be able to keep content up regularly for people as they tune in. Going to our radar screen, we've got this activity now out there. Several things we got going here is I'm going to make sure I can get this up to where see which screen I am controlling here. Trying to click off this. But okay, there we go. Okay, so the tornado, the one that did have the tornado in it earlier, I believe is this first one out here. We'll check on it now to see. We still got a tornado warning that's now out in Missouri, and that's southwestern Worth County, northwestern Gentry County, and Nottoway County. And this is until 4 o'clock here, so we'll be going for the next 40 minutes with this one. National Weather Service in Pleasant Hill has issued that for those areas. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 8 miles south of Marysville at 3:11. So basically about 10 minutes ago, and it was moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated tornado with golf ball size hail. So we'll take a look on that cell that is there in the Marysville area. So if you're looking at it here on radar, this cell that we're talking about is near, this area right here to the south and west is where they're indicating that they can see that potential rotation. That is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour towards Ravenwood. So folks in Marysville, Ravenwood, in that Akron area, Barnard, you can see some real strong radar echoing in those areas. So that would probably be where we're seeing this potential ping pong balls or golf ball size hail, is in these areas, in these shafts of the storm. As far as the radar indicated rotation, I think we're kind of seeing this area now moving through Akron. So folks in Akron, please take shelter. These are dangerous storms, as we saw yesterday. Most of them had tornado activity in them, if not even weather radar indicator that the winds were significant. Today is probably not quite as primed as yesterday with this system, with all the activity that went through yesterday, but it still is something that we need to keep our eyes on here. So that is the first one warning that's out there in northwestern Missouri. We'll take a look at this one in the Hiawatha area. This is a tornado warning in effect until 4 also, and for northern Brown County in northeastern Kansas. At 3:15 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located just south of Fairview. and moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This potential radar indicated tornado has quarter size hail. It's a little bit smaller hail, and again, is a radar indicated. We'll zoom in on that, take a look at that cell, see what we're talking about. So here is Hiawatha. If you look into this cell, that's Hamlin area. This is kind of moving northeast. We'll keep an eye right here. This particular area, as you can see what's happening, we got radar rotation in here, the color changes, and a potential little notch. That could be, a potential developing tornado. We'll keep an eye to see if we get any reports on that. But that is the storm we're talking about there. This warning will go in place until 4 p.m. And again, this is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So folks in the Padonia, Hamlin, and Reserve area, this is a tornado radar indicated warning. We'll go check out our third warning. This is in the Seneca area. This cell here, if we're looking at it, you can see the same thing. We have a little bit of rotation in here, not quite the notch that we're seeing on that first one up in the Hiawatha area. But again, this is the storm we're looking at. We'll run down the info on it from the Weather Service. And this was at 3:22 p.m. 2 minutes ago. A tornado warning remains in effect until 3:30 p.m. So this one looks like it's probably a continuation. 3:22. Thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes located 5 miles east of Centralia. This one's moving fast at 50 miles per hour. Tornado radar indicated location, flying debris. Take cover. So let's keep an eye on that one. That one's moving fast, so it's going to be moving through here just south of Seneca, heading towards Oneida. Again, these are, that one is only on for a short period of time, but we'll watch and see if we get another warning continuing that one. So we'll back out here a little bit, run down these. We got the Marysville tornado warning until 4 p.m. This cell is now moving through the Akron area. Radar indicated, but definitely showing some rotation. The one that had the pretty nice hook on it, or developing hook, was in the Hiawatha area. We'll zoom in on that. It's now just kind of moving through Hiawatha. So folks in the Hiawatha area, Hamlin, Padonia, this storm does look like it has radar indication of rotation, potential of developing small tornado. Please take cover, do your dangerous situation. Definitely going to be some debris flying, limbs falling from trees, and the large hail. So we'll kind of zoom back out here, take a look at what we got. These are, there we go. These were the ones down there that I was kind of running down that were in that southeastern Kansas area. Computer, we'll look at some of that here as we go, the computer models I was talking about, but it was showing around 4 o'clock some shear in these areas. So we do got 4 warnings down here in southeastern Kansas and northeastern Oklahoma. We'll run down the Kansas one since we've been doing Kansas, and that is the state that we're focusing on here this afternoon. Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri with these tornado watches. Let's run down this one. Looks like the storm is actually on this one, so it's about ready to expire. Let's see if there was any, if this is radar indicated. This is a radar confirmed tornado, so it's been confirmed by radar that there is a tornado. This is not spotter confirmed, but it is radar confirmed. And it's a damaging tornado with quarter-size hail. At 3:14, a confirmed tornado was located over Hardy. We're 13 miles east of Ark City, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So let's take a look at that. here, Arc City, east of Arc City. We're in this. There's a lot of rain in here, so we're probably talking in this rain shaft area right in here. This cell has a confirmed tornado by radar on it as of about 15 minutes ago. So let's look back 15 minutes. So we're probably right in here. See that? You saw that little bit of a spin right there. I would tend to say we're looking right here. And yes, we just had that come up as we're speaking. So 40, we got a warning now extending off of that one we were just looking at. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado. It's a severe thunderstorm at 327 located near Dexter, 13 miles west of Cedarville, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. It's a radar indicated rotation tornado. Please take cover if you are in those areas around Dexter, Cedarville, and moving to the northeast of those communities. So if we zoom in here, there's Dexter. And again, these are very rural communities there in southeastern Kansas. But we do have a radar confirmed tornado. This warning will be in place until 4:15. Is that what we be here? National Weather Service tornado 4:15. Yes. So we will be watching that cell here. That is a radar indicated tornado. Let's see what this one is. Probably because of the same storm. We have the warning for southeastern Cali and western Chautauqua, producing a tornado as low as 6 miles west of Hardy. Yes, that is the same one we're watching. So this cell right here and these back here, they got a thunderstorm warning on the south flank of this storm. They got tornado warnings right in this area. So Dexter, west of Cedarville, between Burden and Genoa will be this area of radar rotation indication here. So again, if you're in these communities, these tornado warnings will be in place until 4:15. This is a dangerous storm moving through those areas in southeastern Kansas. We'll run down these. So we've got the northeast ones covered. Again, these two are radar indicated. Looks like they let the one expire that was back towards Seneca. This down here, we ran down the ones in the Arc City area. We'll go down here now to Oklahoma. Oklahoma, we've got 2 warnings. We got the one here in the Pawnee, Morrison area. This is for tornado warning for west central Osage County in northeast Oklahoma and northwestern Pawnee County. This is until 4:15 as well. At 3:24 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles northeast of Lake McMurtry, moving north at 40 miles per hour. Tornado potential, radar indicated, and ping pong size hail. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. Very dangerous storm. And let's zoom in on it. So there's Morrison. Again, both of those are probably for that same cell. It's kind of running down the Pawnee County area. We're between Oto Mission or the reservation area and Morrison. Then we got Pawnee Nation over here, reservation. So this is moving through the reservation. Again, let's take precaution for our anybody down in between Pawnee, Red Rock, Morrison. This is radar indicated rotation. We're zooming in on this. You can see where we're talking right here. This is that area of, looks like, the highway that runs through 44 and 412. Just to the north of that intersection is where we're watching this radar indicated potential tornado. Right now that is in rural areas, but if you are traveling on 412, particularly between Morrison and Highway 177, please pull over, watch out for this storm, and again, it would have large hail and the winds, potential tornadic winds. So we've run them down here. Again, this is kind of what we're looking at out there from a regional view. We've got the activity that is now down here in the Wichita, southeast Kansas, Winfield, east of Winfield and Ark City. So it is past Wichita. We'll kind of watch this line to the back from Wichita and back towards Enid. They are severe thunderstorm warnings on those. Any of these would have the potential of developing possible tornadoes. So folks in between Enid, Ark City, Winfield, Wichita, probably more the southern or southeastern suburbs of Wichita or communities, those are where we'll have severe weather, large hail. We could just call it the 35 corridor area, and south and east. Park City, we got a thunderstorm rolling through. Downtown Wichita, it's already been through. Derby has moved through, but more activity back building here to the south and west. If we go back to our Kansas City radar, got some activity down in Texas. So here we're watching it. Oh, we got one that just popped up. Oh, no, that's the Hiawatha one. So again, 415, these two cells, radar indicated. Let's check on this one in Hiawatha. That was the one that I thought was the one that had the most signature on the radar, or hazard tornado radar indicated rotation. Don't see any confirmation yet. We'll pull up some severe storms information and see if we got any storm reports. Let's see what we got here. Pulling up our storm reports. So the tornadoes on the storm reports are been here at 155. We started in Brown County. There was actually a confirmed tornado there at 209. And then we have White Cloud, tornado emergency managers in Nemaha. So we have had some tornadoes that were actually reported in that earlier activity. Now, these are radar indicated, these that we currently have in effect. But this storm system obviously has a history after 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock here this afternoon. So between 1, 2, and now. And we got the hail size on these has been, looks like Missouri, 1.25 inches. There's a big one there in Knox. That's out in Texas. We'll go down there and look, see what's going on in Texas. Ark City. So that Ark City cell that has the tornado warnings now to the east of Ark City. Had some 1-inch hail reported with that. So those are our storm reports. We'll go back to the watchers, current watches. Again, we just, those of you that are just coming in or popping in on our Facebook pages, The watches that are in place are these tornado watches till 8 p.m., 9 p.m. here this evening for west central and central Oklahoma. Actually moving into northeast. I mean, this is kind of northeast where we have the one. We've got these watches here in Kansas. Again, we got activity in Kansas, both on the northeast end and down around east of Wichita, south of Wichita, and then the activity up here in northwestern Missouri. This thunderstorm watch out here in western Kansas, we can go maybe take a peek, see what we got going on out west. If anything, we got something happening in the Hays area. So let's see what we got going in Hays. Oklahoma, Texas. That's Kansas. Russell, here we go. So we got severe thunderstorms that have developed in Hays and Russell area. Again, these look like they're moving to the north and east. In the north and east of Ellis is one cell. That just popped up. That next warning is now for Plainville, Zurich. Let's see what we got on that. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 for Rooks County, southeastern. At Zurich, we had a severe thunderstorm located 11 miles south of Zurich, or 11 miles north of Yosemite, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a fast-moving storm, and current trends are showing that it is weakening, but re-intensification is possible. Quarter-size hail is the potential with that one. So that's this cell right here. That is to the north and east of Ellis. It's going for southeastern Brooks County with the warning in place until 4:15. Let's look at this one that's a little closer to the Hayes-Gorham area. That does look a little stronger here on radar. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning till 4 o'clock for northwestern Russell County. This is till 3:36 p.m. or 4 minutes ago. The severe thunderstorm located near Emerham, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Again, fast-moving storms. Storms that are moving this quick will definitely have 60-mile-an-hour winds with them just by the natural speed of the storm cell itself. And we've got quarter-size hail potential, again, radar indicated, and hail. We've got in this thunderstorm warning for Kansas this afternoon, it is potentially expected to be a hail situation. I would keep an eye on this stuff. We'll go back out here and look and see what these hazardous weather statements are saying. But I'm assuming that we got some activity starting to pop up like we were talking. It would be around the 4 o'clock hour out here in Kiowa County, Cheyenne County, and these Syracuse area, Greeley County, Wallace County, moving northeast. We'll put the temperature map up and show you what we're talking about there. But again, we got these warnings for 4:15 for Russell County and Rooks County in northwest Kansas. Large hail. We got another cell down here south of Hays. That'll probably be rolling through between Ellis and Hays here also until 4 o'clock. That does look like it could pop up a warning and have some hail with it as well. Let's go back out here to the Goodland radar. There we go. There we go. We got the storm cells that we were talking about potentially popping up when we first came on here at 3 o'clock. We were figuring around 4 o'clock, and it is 3:42. And we got cells now that are pretty strong thunderstorms in Syracuse area moving. They are lifting north and east. We got another cell back there around Lamar. We'll read these hazardous weather statements or special weather statements. And we got radar indicated. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs, blow around unsecured objects. Minor hail damage is possible. This includes Syracuse, 55-mile-an-hour winds, and nickel-size hail. 15 miles south of Coolidge, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So that is our first western Kansas or cell. In particular, again, if you have not or new to the America Weather Streaming channel, I'm a meteorologist Chris Schromick. I cover Colorado and Kansas, parts of Oklahoma, or most of Oklahoma. So I am, this is my area. I'm located here in Atwood. Again, like I said, we'll pop up this surface map real quick. So let's run back down these. I haven't read the special weather statement, but I bet it's more of the same. Wind gust 40, pea-size hail, radar indicated, could knock down tree limbs. Very similar storm, 7 miles north of Lamar and moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. These are slower moving than the storms that are in the Hayes area, but they are on the upper level low. Our low, as you can tell here, we'll look at the surface map, but is centered here probably in this area. I know the winds here in Atwood, Colby, Goodland, McCook are from the northeast, and we've been in cloud cover all morning. It's actually cold out there. When I walked Bama around the lake here around noontime, I was actually cold. There was 20-mile-an-hour wind and needed a coat on, and I didn't have one. So again, that is what we got starting out here. They are slow moving. They're going to be wrapping moisture into them, and they're expecting pretty significant rainfall amounts in this area through 9 p.m. So this stuff will lift mainly to the, everything north and west of this line. Let's start drawing it now here from Syracuse to Norton County. We're going to see nice rainfall. I think I saw in the discussion, I have to go back and look. There's probably talk of potential flooding in some of these areas. Particularly, we got some 1.5-inch rains out in here in Yuma County, Cheyenne. I think there was some 1.5, 2-inch to 3-inch rains in this area right here with the Thursday storms. So we've got some of this starting to have some rain and saturation ahead of it. Again, this area has all been in moderate to moderate drought. So it is dry. We've had fires. We've had so much wind and no rain. We just need these 2 inches to catch up. So this is a great storm or rainstorm event for Kansas. If we can just keep this hail and any tornadoes, like I said, I think if we do see tornadoes out here in this back one, it's going to be here in these areas south of Oakley. Again, the more serious stuff we'll be covering is to the east. We're in the tornado warning areas. I think that's all I got to say here on the radar summary. Let's go back, take a look at our surface data. Let me get that screen up for you. Looks like I got it up. So we're looking at the surface data out here out west. This is what I was talking about, where we have these 70-degree temperatures and these 50, in particular that Scott City, Leota, Gove County right in here. If we do see anything, that the worst of the severe weather should be in this strip out here, just to the south of I-70, maybe Colby. If you look on that watch, Colby is on the very north end of it, and then to the south and west here towards the north and west of Garden City, this stuff in Hayes that we're already seeing is kind of the area. We got dew points. See this dry air getting sucked into it. So this is all dry. This is the low center or upper low center. Here is our leading front, low pressure here to the east. I'm going to actually go to the Wichita surface map. Give us a better look here. So here, looking at our Wichita surface map, again, here's where the thunderstorms are. These are our 60-degree dew point line is pretty much running from So it's 55 in Salina. So we get to Wichita. That's Wichita, Oklahoma, down into Texas area, 67, 68, 65. This is where, if you looked at the the generated severe storms laboratory stuff that said that this is, I think it hit 66% chance of likeliness of tornadic activity. This is that area. This area right here from Oklahoma City down into Wichita Falls, into this northeastern Oklahoma, right where those tornado warnings are at the Indian Reservation. This is that 66% bullseye area. We'll probably be spending a lot of time there this evening as we move ahead, talking about those storms. We get up here into Kansas and that Missouri tornado watch, same thing, 60-degree dew points. Temperatures have gotten up into the near 80 degrees. Everything is primed for this region. We'll look at some of that, those tornado indices and stuff that the severe storms had in the meso discussions and that, but that is our surface setup. So again, the surface map is really showing the upper low right here. You got all this dry air sucking right into the Garden City area. So if we watch these storms out around Lamar, right in here, these are early here the next couple hours, and then that should turn into rain for the rest of the area north of I-70. We'll go kind of focus back here towards Wichita. So your upper low, and this is all going to be moving north and east, this low pressure center here this evening. It is cut off from the main jet, so it will be slow. These storms will train, be slow, move to the northeast. You saw various speeds of them, but the whole system itself should be a slower moving system like we saw yesterday. Again, this is coming in behind that big storm that just pummeled Omaha, the Lincoln northwestern suburbs of Omaha, and northeast of Council Bluffs, and we'll be, you've seen lots of pictures of that, lots of news coverage this morning of that activity. Satellite, let me see what I got here showing on the screen. Put the radar back up. So here we got our radar. We're still out in Goodland. We'll go back to get it to one of the storms to the east here. Let's go back to our tornado warnings. Which one was this the most severe? I can't remember. I think it was the one in Missouri. So we'll go out to Missouri and see what we got. Here we are, the Missouri tornado warning. Again, it looks like in Conception Junction area. This is a tornado warning that continues to remain in effect for 10 more minutes. At 3:35, it was capable. Tornado radar indicated no confirmation as we see here. But again, now this one is in the Conception Junction area. We're watching here on radar. Ravenwood, Stanberry, north of Stanberry, Maryville, Highway 36 areas. Looks like we got a flood warning that popped up on this activity back in northeastern Kansas, Richardson. Oh, this is Nebraska. That is right on the state line there. So we got Falls City, we got a flood watch. That is low. If anybody's ever traveled out there, that Missouri River Basin right there, at the north of St. Joe up to Nebraska City is very low. It floods all the time. Back when when the rivers had those floods, that area is low and always prone to flooding there along the interstate and the river. So I'm assuming that's what we're talking about. Let's just take a quick peek. Richardson, southeastern Nebraska, thunderstorms producing 1 to 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall up to 2 inches are possible here yet the rest of today. Flooding is ongoing or expected. Creeks and streams, urban areas, this flood warning will be in place until 6:30 p.m. So we've got a couple 2-3 hours there. Flooding is always the biggest threat it's not the biggest threat, obviously tornadoes are, but as far as when it comes to deaths and people actually getting caught, it's the flooding. You drive through stuff that you think's not as deep as it looks. Car gets swept away, and then you can't get out of your car. Saw this happen many times in Kansas City when the canals and the flood zone system there in Kansas City, particularly down in the Plaza area and up in the KCK and up there along the river, low-lying areas there. So again, I think most people are aware in this area, but if you're a traveler out on the highways there, please consider the flooding. Looks like we got this cell, special weather statement on the cell to the south of Topeka. Over Burlingame, Stockton, we'll keep an eye on that, see if a warning pops up. It's similar to out west. Quarter size, smaller hail, wind gust 55 mile per hour. Potential, it's in that prime area where we saw the temperatures in the upper 70s, 80, high dew point. So enhancement of this. We'll look at some shear data and see when the timing of that comes in here to some of the severe weather parameters on that. So let's zoom out here. Maybe we can do that now. That's Michael. This is my first time of having the controls. So I think it's much better than not having the controls. So let's see here. I'm going to go, I got too many different accounts too. Let's take a look at the satellite. Or the share screen window. Nope, not that one. This one. Okay, we'll share that screen. Okay, so here is our satellite data. Our visible satellite. Again, this is the area right through here, down through here. You can see the breaks in the clouds. You can see these supercells really blowing up. We'll keep the eye on this baby right here. That is that 66% area. This is this prime area here. Next couple hours, we'll see if our shear models are showing the same thing. But let's Oklahoma. There is a tornado watch. This stuff will really get boiling up here, blowing up. This stuff up here in northeast Kansas has been kind of ongoing since 1 o'clock this afternoon. The tornado activity right now is radar indicated out here across the river. And then as you see, this is where the dry air is getting pulled into the system. So this dry air push coming in here from this direction behind these supercells has that, it's the perfect setup for what we have been seeing today is potentially the highest prediction of likeliness of tornadoes our weather offices and models have done. So we'll keep that in mind as we keep going here this evening. So I wanted to show that. Let's bounce this back out. We'll look at some of the shear models we were talking about. So we're going to go to our HRR model. See what I got up here on the screen. Make sure you're seeing that. We have got actually the let's see here. Which screen I got up? I'm going to pop the radar back up, make sure I get what I want to show you guys up here. So I want to go to the models. Make sure I'm on the latest model run. And then we'll go back to here. It looks like I've got it sharing. So which one of these is show on screen? It's showing blank though. I'm going to reshare it, see what that does. We got the radar back up for you for a second. I'm going to reshare this one. Okay, all right, we're going to take a look at the model data we got here. So this is our HRR model. As you can see, the cycle is just updating now for the 4 o'clock hour. You'll got the low pressure center now right there. We just ran down that on the satellite. These are the storms that we think are going to really get rolling here based on what we saw on the satellite and this dry air that's coming in here. This activity here, this is the flooding area. These are the cells that, matching our radar. This is a forecast, radar forecast that we're looking at, but that is kind of the setup. We'll bounce this around to look at some of these shear indices, the severe weather indices. Let's look at our helicity, see what we got going here. Some of our helicity, again, that is, go to now. So these cells right down here in Ponca City area, and then those cells that have the tornado warnings on them are showing some very high helicity values. Again, this all really kind of lifts up here in the next several hours to 7 o'clock. That moves up into that southeast of Kansas City, Emporia area, Salina. So we'll keep an eye on that. This stuff down here is not showing as much as I thought it would. Let's look at something different. Let's go to our Cape values here. That is now. Again, we've got high Cape in these areas. Again, this kind of lags a little bit generally, and then it too kind of lifts to the north and east. So we watch down in here now, and then our this is what I wanted to look at. So, okay, here we are now. This is where the tornadic activity is. This is your helicity, the shearing, the rotating, uh, most likely areas of tornadic activity. That Ponca City one, that was one we were just talking. This is now the next hour, so that storm cell should enhance there north of Ponca City. And then as it moves back towards Arc City, Wichita, we got to keep an eye on that. And that would be the 6 o'clock hour. And then here we go. So southeast Kansas, if you're southeast Kansas, and we got to watch this stuff back here because look, that area, that cell that's now in Syracuse, as it moves off to the northeast into those areas we showed you where the sun is out, 2 points aren't as high, but again, there is the severe weather indices here. That would be Logan County. Oakley is right here. So Oakley, we need to watch. This is our home turf. We probably got the most viewers watching back here in Northeast Kansas. I know we got some folks in Kansas City watching that I personally know. So again, this is 6 o'clock. Kansas City, we're still loading the data now. That's 7 o'clock. Looks like it could be south and east of Kansas City, but 7 o'clock out here in northwest Kansas, we're still rolling. That storm is in the Oakley area, Gove County, Waukene, Hayes. We'll keep an eye on that up until 7 o'clock here. So we'll go back out, watch those storms. But again, this is our models that I was talking about, showing we can bounce back to the last hours and see what, this is updating now at the 4 o'clock with new data. We'll go ahead and same thing as we go. So this is, here's 6 o'clock, same thing. Southeast of Wichita back into Arc City. Ponca City one, it isn't as strong on this one. Showing this stuff back out in Kansas. That gets us to, as we go through the evening, it is heading towards Kansas City on that model run. So we'll watch this. This is, we'll put it into motion. Again, this is, this ain't radar. It's not actual. We can go look at a radar, but this is where some high areas of tornadic activity as this system moves through. So we're looking at places there in Oklahoma, in that, that really high area. We've got it early in this more central part, and then later this evening as it moves east towards the eastern parts, or the northeastern parts, getting closer to Tulsa and the Indian Reservation where these cells are now in this first round. And again, the stuff back out west. So northwest Kansas, severe weather south of I-70 along that line to Logan County, Gove County, probably eventually Sheridan, Trigo. We'll keep an eye there. It's just, that's where we could have the severe thunderstorms, large hail, damaging winds. This stuff that's now got warnings on it, this stuff could get stronger. So we'll go back to the radar and run down and see those updates. Again, that stuff is all in place until 4:15. The warnings out here, the warnings here. But that was last hour's data. We'll just kind of quickly look at this hour, see how far along the update is, see if it's doing the same thing. It looks like it is. Hasn't shifted too much. Still Logan County out west, Ponca City, Arc City, Ponca City, El Dorado, Fort Scott, all your southeastern, everything east of Wichita. That is probably the next 2 hours. We'll need to focus there. The Missouri stuff is lifting to the north and east. Let's do the radar real quick, see what matches. So this is our reflectivity radar. It won't exactly be what we're going to see when we go back to the live radar, but this is the forecast, moving ahead. Right now, the 4 o'clock run has 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7, 8, 9. This will be through 9 o'clock when I click this. So now through 9 o'clock, that's kind of the track that these storms are going to take. It looks like we're talking Ponca City to Wichita, north and east, into the southern suburbs of Johnson County, suburbs of Kansas City, the stuff on the other side of the border, Clay County, Lee Summit, Missouri, suburb, Kansas City. So we'll go I-70 south, Kansas City. That is, that 8, 9 o'clock hour. 6, 7 o'clock, we'll be down here in Ark City talking about stuff. Fort Scott, Coffeyville. It's probably north of Coffeyville. Coffeyville's down here on the border, but we'll watch this stuff. And then if we go back to the Oklahoma stuff, it's really blowing up out here now. At 9 o'clock, you got another round coming in. That is where the end of the watches are, but we'll probably be later this evening back down here talking. So kind of to run down what to expect from now until 6 o'clock. Anything that's ongoing, we do have tornado warnings in this area. Again, this is the next 2 hour area that we'll be focusing on. We'll also be watching this stuff back in Kansas. Not expecting tornadoes in Kansas, but it could be possible in Logan, counties, Leota, or Wichita County. I always call it Leota County, but it's Wichita County, and Gove County would be the 3 counties I'd be concerned about potential tornadic activity, and the large hail. I don't think once we get north of I-70, it's going to be rain. I know the farmers out there. We're one of those farmers. Our family will love to hear that we could have another inch of rain on top of the 1 inch we got on Thursday. So 2 inches of rain would catch us back up. What we want to hear, it's what we need, it's what we were asking for, praying for in church since Easter, for sure, probably before. So enough on that. We'll go back to our radar. What's actually active? We can check this stuff again at 5 o'clock, see if it changes. I don't really care about it past the 9 o'clock right now because that's when the watches are. That's what we just looked at. We ran down Hillsborough and Share. We did the Cape. Severe weather indices are all there. I forgot to look how high it was, but I'm sure everything's high because that's where we were focusing on. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here to get a drink, and let me put the radar back up and plug my phone in. I need to share the radar. Where is the radar? Radar. There is radar. We'll get that back up. Share. Okay, there's our radar. I'm going to shut my camera off just for a few minutes so I can get a drink and make sure Obama's happy, and get my cell phone charger plugged in. Okay, I am back. Wanted to zoom in on this. We got an observed tornado. Hold on a second. I got one more thing I got to do. Okay, I am back. I just want to shout out if Shay Lee is still watching in Vinita, Oklahoma. I did not have the chat window opened up at the time, so I did miss your question about Vinita. I believe now those original cells would be out of the area. We can take a quick peek at that here as I get back on here. But the main, I want to go down to that cell down there that has the observed tornado on it. That could have been in Texas. Let's go back to the tornadoes. That one's in Texas. Okay. So it is actually in Texas. I don't think we have anybody. We got an observed one now in Gentry. That's Texas. Let's take a look at the one back in Gentry. Okay, so we're back here live. I'm American Weather Channel meteorologist Chris Schrobick, reporting from Atwood, Kansas. I did have a question from Shay Lee in Vinita, which would be out here in the northeastern parts of Oklahoma. There was some activity there when we first came on. That stuff has weakened and no longer with anything on it as far as warnings and that go. But Vinita will be back in the weather later on after that 8, 9 o'clock towards the end of the watch box. When we were running through that model stuff, if you were on, you probably saw where we were showing that this line now that's forming back with this most severe weather back through Ark City, Ponca City, all the way to the west of Oklahoma City. This is where the severe weather activity for the next 2 hours will be focused on. The first 2 hours, probably like right in here, from 4 to 6, and then as we go from 7, 8 o'clock, we start moving it back out here, and then eventually to those eastern parts of this watch box here this afternoon or later this evening. So Shaylee, thank you for the chat question. Again, I'm going to try to multitask here. This is my first time running the controls, so I'm learning this on the fly. As Michael comes back, we will have him helping on that as well. Maybe get some pictures if we have anything happening here. Let's get this radar moving again. Okay, so again, those of you that are just coming back in, I've taken a break for a little bit. We're going to get back on these rundown of where we're at. This is our radar that we are looking at here. And again, I'm going to focus mostly, I'm going to zoom back out to start. And we'll go start down here in Oklahoma. Okay, so activity down south in Texas, observed tornado. We'll kind of, guess we could start there. It's probably, I think it's this one here. So we got southeastern Wilberger County, Baylor until 5. Confirmed a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 5 miles northeast of Red Springs, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So this is a large tornado. This one, I've been kind of paying attention while I was at the break, and before I noticed that it was kind of flashing on my screen. So we'll go down here. This is one of the observed tornadoes. We got another one that's back up in Missouri. I just took a quick peek of that when we popped on it. Didn't look quite as serious as this one here. So let's take a look. Here we are. We're zooming in on the radar. We got the classic hook and notch like we saw yesterday. This is a confirmed large tornado on the ground. It's to the north of Seymour, moving through southeastern Wilberger County and northern Baylor County. Again, this is for another at 4:15 p.m. or 4:13. A large tornado was confirmed, located 5 miles northeast of Red Springs, moving northeast at 35. Damaging tornado, large tornado. Seymour, Red Springs, Lake Kemp, Mabella, and Lake Diversion. That is out there in west central Texas. Again, walking here on radar. Again, this is pretty rural, but large tornado on the ground north of Seymour, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. We'll just kind of watch that for a second, talk about it a little bit. Again, looks like it's just to the north of Seymour. You can probably, what interstate that's? I've been down there before. I believe that's 65. I can't remember the numbers, and I'm blind. 65, I believe. And then heading towards 185. But again, it's not on the highways now or crossing them. It's to the north of Seymour and moving to the northeast. It will be eventually crossing the interstate there to the north at parts of the county there. So again, large tornado on the ground in north central Texas. We'll move ahead, kind of move north. Let's just go northward as we go through there. So we have, you can see that hook. We'll take a look at these. This is at 4:19. A tornado warning for southeastern Tillman, northwestern Wichita, and east central Wilberger County in northern Texas until 5. 4:19, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles northeast of Harold, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is radar indicated tornado, golf ball size hail. And again, till 5 o'clock, moving to the north and east there in north central Texas. We'll back zoom out here. These are till 5 here this evening. We got a large tornado on the ground north of Seymour. We got a radar indicated tornado between Fredericksburg and Grainfield, in the Hollister area, moving to the northeast. Large tornado on the ground north of Seymour. As we move northeastward into Oklahoma, we'll zoom in on this cell. I just saw a hook as it went right here. You just saw that. That's probably confirmed. Let's get on it. Take a look. Warning for northwestern Canadian County and central Oklahoma. Again, till 5. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Gary, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Golf ball size, radar indicated. You just saw that in the last loop, what I was talking about. Right here towards the Bridgeport, Let me zoom back out. You can see what we're talking about, the radar rotation, particularly right in there. You saw it briefly, but again, looks like a serious storm. If we don't have one, it's definitely on radar, indicating that a potential tornado is in that area. Again, this is in Oklahoma, Canadian County. That's in the western parts of Oklahoma. Red dirt country. Moving to the north and east. Trying to think see what that town is. Culinary. Highways 279. But again, that got a tornado warning until 5 on that cell right there. We go back to the south. We got this one that is a large tornado on the ground north of Seymour, Texas, heading towards the Wichita Falls area. We got the one in West Texas that is a radar indicated, but a significant cell. And then we're going to keep an eye on this stuff to the south and west of Ponca City, back towards Enid. They all got warnings on them. Look at this one right here in the gotta get my Indian names here, Tonkawa area. Blackville, this one here between Blackville and Newkirk. This was the area that we saw as it lifts this way into Kansas. All of this is enhanced, got that dry air pulling in, could see the shear. I think this is where we're going to see most of our action for the people that are actually in the Kansas area. I am covering Kansas. I cover Oklahoma as well. We don't have quite as many followers in Oklahoma, but if you're listening here today, like the Facebook pages, follow us on My Weather Now, and you'll get the alerts by your state. So these forecasts are done by our team across the country, state by state. Some states are further ahead than others. We have Indiana. We got a team of meteorologists in Indiana. Me, Kenny, and AJ are kind of covering out here to the west where things start. But that is what we're trying to do with this live coverage is when we can hop on here, we're getting folks on board. Each week we add more and more. Keep liking, keep following. We do try to do more education as when we can. We did some stuff for the solar eclipse. We've done blizzards this winter. We did numerous things. So fire, and that. So again, tornado on the ground, large one in north central Texas, Seymour area, moving eventually towards the end of this. This is 5 o'clock when this ends in a half hour. It could be in the Electra area to the west of Wichita Falls. If you've been watching earlier today, the email updates that went out on our Weather Valet, particularly to our Kansas customers, this was where we were saying we thought the Wichita Falls area was one of our target areas. Obviously, Oklahoma City was, and so was Wichita to Springfield. So we are on with our morning forecast. And then, of course, the stuff back into western Kansas now does have a warning on that cell that was north and east of Syracuse, northwest of Lakin, heading towards Scott City. Large hail, probably with that 1 inch size type hail. It's not as big as we saw Thursday, but again, it's got a warning. Let's check these Kansas ones here, see if we got anything new. These are the cells. This is the area that was showing and should enhance. These should strengthen at this time moving towards the next 2 hours, or have at least the potential to strengthen. Let's run down this one. This is the new one. Weather Service in obviously our Weather Service office here is Wichita. Kansas has Wichita, Topeka, and Goodland, Dodge City. So that covers the state of Kansas, those 4 Weather Service offices. This is a tornado and golf ball size hail, radar indicated at 4:34. 2 minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Granola and 9 miles southwest of Cedarville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So let's zoom in on that. There's Cedarville. That cell is our radar indicated. And here's what we're talking about right here. Heading towards Cedarville, radar indicated potential tornado. Take cover. This is a dangerous storm. Dangerous, it is showing a hook here on radar. So folks in the Cedarville area, this warning just popped up. It's in place until 5:15, if that's 40 minutes. So we're going to be focusing on this one. Let's look up here to this cell in the Howard area. This one is also for the next 40 minutes. This is in 5:15 for Elk County at 4:35. Capable of producing a tornado is located over Howard, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So let's zoom in on Howard. Same thing. This one just kind of got reissued. This was, so we are over Howard. We're talking this area. You're seeing this cell here in the Granola area. Howard, from Howard back to Cedarville, all three communities. Let's say Howard, Molina, Granola. It's not granola, it's granola, and Cedarville. Small communities, rural, but you're under the gun. We saw this in, there's not a lot of spotters out there. It's rural, so these are radar indicated, but that's more of the same. There's at least probably a small funnel here, I would think. These maybe not so much. You're not seeing that, but notch. But we're all the same. Both these warnings are for till 5:15. Moving northeast. I saw varying speeds, 35 to 50 on these, so they're moving rather quickly. So they'll be crossing those counties and communities here. I'm in Bama's way. He wants on his perch. So I'm going to be moving to let Bama get on the couch, sit. So we have, again, radar indicated there. Let's go back to look at our tornado back in Seymour. It's Chris.
Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, Joe, I'm doing live stream.
Okay.
Talking about, you want to do something for back? I can flip back to Kansas real quick.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Because I know there's a watch for east of the local area.
Yep.
And I won't keep you long because I know you're doing that. But if you got a quick moment, we can do something real quick.
Yeah, let's go ahead. And then it's cool to do this. We're covering Kansas City to everywhere today. So.
Oh, I know. In fact, this folks living in Topeka, that's looks like pretty nasty in that part of the state.
Let me get back to northwest Kansas here. I'll just go flick on the radar instead of trying to find the warning. I know there's a warning out there. I just talked about it. I thought it was for the Lakin area.
Oh, yeah, very well could be. I know Cake had something on. There was a tornado down there by the Wichita area. I can't think of the name of that town, though. Yeah,
there's two warnings to these, so I just ran those down. Cedarville, and they just put those till 5:15. This one is not on it anymore, but we're in. There is cells in the watch box. We got Thunder now in the Goodland area, so I'm ready to roll on it on the radio.
Okay.
That watch does include Thomas County, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's all mainly east and south of here.
Yep.
Figured I'd get you on before we go to network stuff tonight. So.
Okay.
This is 106.1 KYBZ. Good Saturday afternoon. Joe Missouri visiting once with meteorologist Chris Schraubing at Decision Weather. That was Voice America's weather streaming channel. Chris, right now you're busy watching some large thunderstorms in eastern portions of the state of Kansas. And locally, we have a thunderstorm watch to contend with this evening.
Yeah, Joe, if you have been a Decision Weather, American Weather Streaming Channel follower here this morning, we sent out a forecast on the Weather Valet phone app that did talk about this stuff developing between 3 and 6 p.m. out here in western or eastern Colorado, right on the Colorado line. We saw that happen right as clockwork around 3 o'clock Mountain Time, 4 o'clock our time. This stuff did develop out here. There was a warning on this cell that's to the north and east Tribune, but it has been allowed to expire. But there is a strong thunderstorm to the northeast of Tribune, and now we got storms popping up south of Goodland and just to the east of Sharon Springs. This activity is lifting slowly east, but a more north clip. If you got our forecast this morning, we were and watching maybe some of the rundown here on the live. We've been live since 3 o'clock, and we bounced around, but we spent about 20 minutes out here in western Kansas. But the sun came out basically on Highway 40 and south. So temperatures got up to 79 degrees in the Leota, Scott City area. Dew points were not real high, but they were in the 50s. So if we'd had severe weather, the large hail, the potential tornadic activity, there was showing some shear between 6 and 7 this evening in the Oakley, Logan County, Gove area. So we'll keep an eye. That's probably where, if we see any severe weather, it's going to be in that south and east of that line from Sharon Springs, Tribune, Oakley to Hoxie. That is where the watch box is in place until 9 p.m. this evening, and to the east as you head towards Waukene, Hayes, Dighton, and Scott City and those areas. Right now, this cluster of rain, I think for everybody north, let's say I-70 and north, that would include Colby's kind of in the cutoff line of that as well. Colby could see some severe weather along with that Oakley area here over the next couple hours, but this rain moving north activity, there could be some small hail in this, but it does look like rain for now moving into Goodland. All of Greeley counties under nice, decent rain now. Sharon Springs, south of 40, all moving north of 40, and that should start filling in. That's the upper level low. The low is in the dry air. The dew points in Garden City, Lakin, those areas are already in the 20s. So that's just getting sucked in behind that low that's now in central Kansas. So all that stuff from Wichita down towards Seymour, Texas, is the tornadic activity. There is a large tornado on the ground in Seymour, or north of Seymour, Texas. We've got radar indicated tornadoes to the east of Wichita, and then you go back into northwest Missouri. Some earlier stuff, there was a tornado on the ground there. So most of this tornadic outbreak that was forecasted today to be one of the highest ever indicated by all of our severe weather indices. I think there was a 66% chance by the new AI stuff that's kind of learning and predicting this stuff for the prediction of it. We're down there around that Ponca City, southeast of Wichita, in that area. It seems like we're getting pretty accurate. It may be a little bit farther north than that Oklahoma target. It kind of looks like what I just quickly looked at here at 4 o'clock, but we'll look at models again at 5 and go through that. But again, northwest Kansas, the Atwood, Colby area, which is the KYVZ listeners, rain. Let's clap our hands. It looks like all the computer models are showing at least a half inch, all the way up to 1.5 inches. So let's count on these counties. It include Greeley all the way to Goodland. St. Francis might be on the lighter end. Atwood should get it. Colby should get it. Oakley should get it. Looking for that over a half inch, closer to maybe 1 inch of rain on top of the inch that a lot of those areas north of 70 saw Thursday. That's 2 inches. That's what we're behind. We'll catch up. That's good news. Hail, limited. I think we're limited to that area that we talked about that's in the warning. So that's kind of the rundown, Joe, as we speak. Right now it's raining Sharon Springs all the way to Tribune, working its way towards Goodland. All that's filling in and moving northeast here through 9 o'clock this evening.
All right, good news for the local area. We'll take the rain. Once again, that's meteorologist Chris Schramm, your decision weather network, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel. And Chris, if people would like to check out what you're live streaming this evening, where can they go?
We're live streaming on Facebook, so we should have the America Weather Streaming Channel Kansas Facebook page running, Nebraska, Oklahoma, probably Missouri, where all this activity is. So you can go on those Facebook pages. Locally, just go on the Kansas America Weather Streaming page. Also, our YouTube channel at myweathernow.com. We will be going live. I am going solo right now until 7. I'm hoping to get to the rotary auction for a little bit if somebody comes in and relieves it. But again, you can watch us live, YouTube, myweathernow.com, and the Facebook pages. We should be, I think if you go to the Facebook page, there's a watch now button there, or watch live. You click on that, and then I think we did some posts. So there's some posts that also have this on there. So that's where we go. And this is new. This is the first time I've actually had the controls. So I hope it's all working with the internet and that. Again, I want to plug Dunker's Radio and TV for helping us get this set up. Outwood Cable System, the internet, and the computer that's controlling this. I'm actually running the controls on this tonight. So I did have the model data. I try to get a rundown of the model data each hour as it updates. I did the satellite rundown and the temperatures. Now the radar is up there. We're in northwest Kansas now, but I will be going back to the tornadoes in Texas, the warnings east of Wichita. Those are probably the two that are the most serious now. I think they're actually on the ground, probably a small tornado there east of Wichita, but there's no spotter recording report, but it is a pretty good signature on the radar. So if you want to watch that stuff, go to those websites.
Okay, well, Chris, I appreciate the update. We'll let you get back to the live stream for KYBC Radio. I'm Joe Missouri. Okay.
All right, bud.
Oh, thank you, sir.
We'll talk to you later.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hey,
so
Chris, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I know you've got probably need to take a quick break here, and I know you might need to update your Weather Valley subscribers, and you might have a question on there. I think I saw. So take a moment here, and I'll take over for a minute here. We're following severe weather in the Midwest. This is round 2. Yesterday, we saw an outbreak of tornadoes take place. And we're kind of seeing the same thing today. And unfortunately, the models and what we were taking a look at beforehand have turned out to be true up to this point, and it's only going to continue to be worse over the next several hours. So thanks for staying with us here. And so the Storm Prediction Center has a large area of northern Texas, a lot of Oklahoma, and southeastern Kansas under a moderate risk for severe weather. And in their communication, this is not a high risk, but a high moderate risk. It's very close to being a high risk of severe weather that they put out today. And also want to take note here of what's called the NATOcast. This is a computer-based model here showing the prediction of a tornado taking place within 25 miles of a point. And if you see the scale at the bottom there, it goes all the way up to 60%. That's that darker blue color there. That's the highest percentage that this computer model goes. And you can see in today's NATOcast, that blue in the state of Oklahoma there, all right, again, the highest it can go here. So a very high risk of severe weather that was predicted today. Myself and then a lot of the meteorologists on the team, we're trying to find ways to show that, no, this is not going to pan out. It's not going to be good, because we're hoping that this computer model is a huge bust, obviously. But so far, that's not the case. And we'll take a look at radar there. So we do have multiple tornado watches right now and multiple tornado warnings. You can see in the yellow there, those are the tornado watches. So if you live, or you know anybody who lives in the yellow shaded area there, you are under a tornado watch. That means conditions are favorable for a tornado. And a couple of these here are what we call a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, because several strong tornadoes are likely, widespread hail up to apple size likely, and widespread wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. So again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. So if you know anybody who lives in the yellow shade here, and we're expecting a new one to come out here any moment, just to the east here, covering the eastern part of Oklahoma and part of Kansas. So we'll watch that, and once that gets issued, we will we'll communicate that. It's a 95% chance that that's going to get issued. So if you or anybody you know lives in the area where these storms are at or will be moving through, please make sure that you and tell them to take it serious. Okay, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Make sure that we take this extremely seriously, because we're going to see, and we have seen, several strong tornadoes, with these storms, and we see no reason that this is going to lighten up a little bit. And so if you or anybody knows does go under a tornado warning, a warning means that it's either radar indicated or that it has been observed by weather spotters. A tornado warning means a tornado is most likely there. It's happening at the moment. It's been sighted or indicated by radar, and it's time for you to take action. Time to take action. So you've been working on preparing for a tornado warning, or preparing your emergency weather plan. All right, and a warning, that means it's time to enact that plan. All right, imminent danger to life or property exists. So if you're under a tornado warning, go to the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you're in a mobile home or something that's not sturdy, like a vehicle, you need to get out of it. All right, get out of that building, get out of vehicles, get out of mobile homes with there, and find a better shelter. If you can go underground, that's the best place to go. So if there's a basement in the building that you're in, that's the best place to go. If you have a storm shelter, that's the best place to go. If you don't have that, get into the lowest level of a sturdy building, and then stay away from windows as well. And then again, make sure you have a way to get weather information. You get the weather warnings, so that way you know what's going on. All right, and you can take action immediately here. So let's take a look at the radar of what we got. Again, in yellow here are the severe thunderstorm watches that exist right now. All right, these are the severe thunderstorm watches, and we'll let you know when a new one gets put out here, and in the time being. So let's start farther south here in the Wichita Falls area. All right, there is a tornado warning in this area for another 6 minutes. For another 6 minutes here for a tornado warning that's radar indicated, and baseball size hail. All right, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over southern Lake Kemp, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. So again, tornado warning in this area. Let's take a look at the velocity. All right, it's kind of loose right now in where the tornado would actually be. So where the reds and greens come together. All right, greens means it's going towards the radar. The reds mean the wind there's going away from the radar, and where they come together there, that's what we look at for possible spin-ups in the atmosphere. Okay, so some very broad rotation here, but there is rotation in this area. So if you are to the south of Electra, you need to be taking shelter immediately. So we'll need to continue to watch this storm here. And then just to the north of it, we do have, it looks like that one's getting ready to end. So this tornado warning here, if you're in the Hollister area, the storm has moved through, or that tornado warning was not continued. But however, Hollister, you do have a storm to the south of you that is tornado warned. So be paying attention to that there. So the storm that moved through is not tornado warned anymore. There's a severe thunderstorm warning here for the next 35 minutes, but there is a possibility of a tornado with this storm. And so this is Comanche County and Tillman County in southwestern Oklahoma. So at 4:49 p.m. local time, a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles northwest of Chattanooga, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. 70 mile per hour wind gust and ping pong ball size hail is with the storm right here. All right, so if you're in the Cache area, all right, and to the south, pay attention to the storm right here. You've got a major severe thunderstorm heading your way with the possibility of it producing a tornado. And so let's work our way up the line here. Our next tornado warning that we're taking a look at here is to the north and west of Oklahoma City. All right, and you can see a little bit of a hook here forming on the radar. And so let's dial in here in the velocity where the reds and greens come together. Okay, so there's a little bit more of a tighter look here rotation, all right, just to the south and west of Kingfisher, Oklahoma here. So at the crossroads here of 3 and 81, all right, you're under a tornado warning. And the velocity here is showing, some pretty good rotation with this storm. Let's see if we can see any video here. Okay, let's take a look here. This is Vince Welty's video here on Radar Omega. All right, he's got an eye on this storm right now. He's showing the rotation in the clouds. Here, according to what we see on this view right now. Again, we don't know exactly where we're looking because we're not there, but don't see anything that's hitting the ground here. So hopefully that this picture here is showing the rotation in the Kingfishers area is not hitting the ground, but we cannot confirm that because there's going to be a little bit of a lag here in where the location is and versus where the what the radar is showing us. So Kingfisher, if you're in Kingfisher right now, you better be taking shelter. All right, we just talked about that here. So enact your weather emergency plan and take shelter immediately. So if you're in the Kingfisher, if you're north of that or to the east and northeast of Kingfisher, you need to be taking shelter immediately. You're under a tornado warning, all right, and we're seeing some signs here in the velocity on the radar of some rotation in the atmosphere. All right, that helps us confirm whether there's a tornado or not. So moving our way up north and east here of this line. All right, Ponca City, all right, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. You've got some huge storms in that area. All right, but we do have 2 tornado warnings to the north and east here. All right, in the Howard and Longton area. So an observed tornado that was on the ground. This tornado warning goes for another 17 minutes. And at 4:49, so about 10 minutes ago, a confirmed tornado was located 6 miles northeast of Howard, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Damaging tornado and quarter-size hail with this storm here. All right, an observed tornado that was on the ground. And then let's add to this here. The National Weather Service in Wichita issued a tornado warning for southeastern Elk County and southeastern Kansas until 5:30, where just about 4 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Elk Falls, or 8 miles southeast of Howard, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And so let's take a look at the velocity here and see if we can see the reds and greens coming together on that. And let's get to our best, let's get it closer here. Okay, so you see quite a bit of reds and greens here on this here. Okay, and that's just what I was thinking here. So here's the rotation, and it's moving to the northeast. All right, here, so getting up to 400 there, Fall River area. So it's past Cave Springs, and Fiat there, moving to the north and northeast, and there's a new tornado warning. All right, covering this. So Toronto, Coyville, Fall River, you need to be taking shelter right now. You're under a tornado warning for this area here. And you can see the reds and greens coming together. All right, for this tornado warning. Okay, so we've got, let's take a look at here, an observed tornado on the ground. So northwestern Wilson County, southwestern Woodson County, southeastern Greenwood County, and southeastern Kansas until 5:45. So just 3 minutes ago, a confirmed tornado was located near Fall River, or 10 miles northeast of Howard, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. A damaging tornado is on the ground. So weather spotters have confirmed a tornado, all right, here in this area. All right, so if you are in the Fall River area around 400, you need to be taking shelter immediately. We've got a confirmed tornado that's on the ground, all right, right here just to the north of Cave Spring. And this is going to update here momentarily. I'm going to check here for a couple of updates. All right, so Toronto, Kansas, Fall River, Kansas, Coyville, Kansas, you're under this tornado warning here, observed tornado. All right, so there's a population of about 800 people in this warning. So there's our update there. So we still see the rotation that's being indicated here on the radar, on the velocity here. and checking here to see if we've got any more information on the storm, on this confirmed tornado here. So as we talked about, tornado watch has been issued for parts of Kansas and Missouri. This goes until 12 midnight local time. All right, this includes Kansas City in this area here, includes Joplin in this area. All right, you're under a tornado watch until midnight tonight. So let's see here. The atmosphere is still conducive to rotation. So we're still expecting to see these tornadoes on storms as they produce here in this large area. So we've got another outbreak of tornadoes here. We've got a lot of instability, a lot of wind shear in this area. And so the storms aren't having the most difficult time spinning here with that here. So let's see. So I'm getting pictures here of the Stillwater tornado, but I'm not seeing anything here that's, as Chris, you're getting back here, I was trying to look to see if we had any pictures or video of the tornado here that has been observed. So,
yeah, that's pretty rural. So I know when I was on earlier, you could see that hook kind of developing, and I think it's been on the ground before. Was that who spotted it? Was it what did it say in there?
Weather spotter.
Weather spotter.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
So we've been taking a look at the radar here, Chris, with this. So we actually kind of backed up and took a look at the moderate risk of severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center, as well as the NATO cast, and then
you explained that, the NATO cast. I was kind of talking about it earlier too. So
perfect.
Cool.
Perfect. So I'll hand this back over to you and let you share your screen here, and I'll jump in. I'll keep looking for video and pictures and jump in as I find things for you.
Okay, sounds great. Okay, I'm back on here. Let's see which radar I got up here. I got my. Okay, got my radar back up, and okay, again, we're going to go back to this cell here in Howard area in Kansas. That warning is in place for another 10 minutes. This particular cell, like we saw, I think it was back down here around Cedarville earlier when it was moving northeast. It had a warning on it, and we kind of saw the little hook rotation in there. We finally had a spotter report a confirmation on that tornado. It's now that cell is right in this area here. We'll just keep an eye on it to see in about 10 minutes here to see where that's going. I'm sure this is probably this is the one that's going to take over for that. So again, back here in Savory, Elk River or Fall River, Howard. This is for the next 10 minutes. That is, where we're going to be kind of under the gun with the most severe part of the storm. You get up there as we head towards 5:45 this evening. We got the tornado warning that'll continue as that moves northeastward into Wilson County, Woodson County, Greenwood County. The tornado was located near Fall River at 4:57 p.m., so that was 8 minutes ago, or 10 miles northwest of Howard, moving northeast at 30. This is a damaging tornado with quarter-size hail. Again, weather spotters have confirmed that this is a tornado on the ground. So those folks in the path of that storm include Coyville, Fall River Lake, Fall River State Park, Batesville, and Cross Timber State Park, Toronto Lake. Again, this is rural, but if you're in those regions, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground northeast of Howard, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. That would be Fall River, New Albany, Coyville, Toronto eventually at 5:45. So we're around in the 5:15 hour. That's probably getting, we're to the north and east here of this area of Howard, Fall River. Take cover. Again, we had, if we were listening there about an hour ago, we were at 4 o'clock running down this area. We thought that that intensification parameters of where the severe weather was kind of shifting northward into this region. I think that's going to continue to be the case. The forecast is that this activity is going to continue to move northeast around 8-9 p.m., being this Paola area, taking that track south of 35, southern suburbs of Kansas City, which would be Johnson County, Lee Summit over there in Missouri. That is kind of the north end of this potential most severe weather here on the Kansas activity. That watch, also when we go back down to Oklahoma, we saw some activity earlier here that was in the to the northeastern parts. That is kind of faded out, and now we're watching this back end here. Again, we think this area, this Ponca City, Stillwater, Guthrie, Pawnee area has the main threat. As we get towards the evening, you're starting to see potentially some stuff popping back up here. That 8-9 o'clock, we could be back in this area. There was some there earlier. I think there was one tornado radar indicated on the reservation area there, but that has moved on. We did have a comment that came in about that earlier, wanting to know about later this evening. So here we are. If you're in the Ark City, Ponca City, Stillwater, Guthrie, Hennessy areas, Ark City, Winfield, southeast suburbs of Wichita, we got severe weather that's kind of imminent here over the next hour, 2 hours. And again, that is the primary focus area. We do have the tornado on the ground northwest of Howard. Looks like we'll pick up where that's at. You can zoom back in there. So I'm going to run this one 20 minutes till the bottom of the hour, southeastern Elk. It's the same tornado. So these are now together. So this area here from Fall River to Coyville to Toronto is where that storm is tracking over the next 35 minutes. And then we have this warning area, again, a little bit of rotation indicated on radar that's back to the east of Howard, going towards New Albany, these strong cells with large hail, the damaging winds. We'll keep a watch right in this area. In this area, this is where that confirmed tornado is on the ground, moving to the northeast. So Fall River, New Albany, Coyville, eventually Toronto. This is tornado on the ground. We don't have any footage yet or that, but it is spotter indicated, confirmed.
And Chris, I'm going to break in here for a second here and share my screen. The Hillsdale tornado that's from a little bit ago. I did get some video here. Let's see if we can play it. It's kind of difficult to see in the background. This is Hillsdale, Oklahoma, tornado here that went through here moments ago.
So his Hillsdale is So that was, you said just recently?
Yes, just recently here.
Okay, so here's Hillsdale. So you saw that small tornado. I'm trying to think where is this down here, Hillsdale? So we're back on the radar here. The Hillsdale, we did get some video footage in the Hillsdale, Oklahoma. Again, we've got, looks like we got a new one up here south. Was warning on back in the Howard area to the south and west. Looks like we got a new warning, tornado warning for southwest Elk County and southeastern Kansas. 545, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located again towards Granola and 10 miles southwest of Howard. This is the that we saw where this kind of began here around 4 or after 4 o'clock. And now is moved to the north and east. We have another cell that is looking like radar indicated tornadic activity. That is in that area to the south and west of Howard. Same area that first cell that's now up here in the east of Howard, and this towards Fall River and New Albany. It does have a confirmed tornado in that storm. Fall River area, New Albany on this one. We get a couple minutes. You're probably going to see them switch over, and then we'll be watching this cell back here that does have radar indication. Here we saw the boxes pop up on that one. It kind of refocused it, moved it a little bit farther to the east. Now that new warning, so let's see, from Fall River to Toronto. It's kind of the track of this. So right here is the kind of the tornado area head towards Fall River, this New Albany area. Now we've got it continuing for another 545. It's kind of shifted a little bit to the east. That'll include western Woodson and southeastern Green. Radar indicated flying debris. There must be another cell they're working on there. So we could have 3 areas here. This area with rotation, radar indication. This one is a confirmed tornado in this area by spotters. And then we got this cell back here in the Granola, northeast of Granola to the northwest of Moline. Again, we've kind of been here for some time. Our models were suggesting that was probably over the next couple hours the likely area for this activity. Let's go back, and this must be the one that Michael just showed. Tornado and golf ball size radar. Okay, so we got a new one back in Oklahoma. This is Osage County, a tornado. Radar indicated golf ball size hail. This into another Granola. This is Granola, Oklahoma, not Granola, Kansas. So we got locations. The nearest path of this storm is Shidler, Foraker, Granola, and Webb City. This is a radar indicated with tornado rotation, golf ball size hail. And that is a new warning to the north of Webb City, right in here. So we will be watching that one for the next 30 minutes. But if you're in the Granola, north of Webb City, Foraker area, this is a radar indicated potential tornado that we need to take shelter from. So we've got 3 areas we're focused on. 4 cells. We got a cell right here in this Coyville area, this one right here, and then this new one back in this area. These are all One confirmed, the one in the middle has been confirmed over here by spotters. These are radar, but they're all, again, this is rural areas, may not have spotters out there, but if you're in those communities, take shelter, dangerous storm situation. Really, all the way back to the west of Ponca City, Newark, we saw a warning here earlier, like we've got lots of rain, we've got Dexter, all this stuff to the south and east of Wichita is kind of a severe weather area. Winfield, we could be having large hail, Arc City still large hail, damaging winds, and then these four cells, two, one here, one there, and this one, all tornado warnings in place in 35. So those folks and people in those areas need to consider that. It looks like we got another one here for the next 45 minutes, so that'll go till 6 o'clock. Let's run this one down. Service in Norman's issued a tornado warning for Kingfisher County, northeast parts, Logan County, northwest parts, and Garfield County, southeast parts until 6. Weather Service, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles east of Dover, moving northeast at 35. Tornado and ping bonds radar indicated. This includes the locations of Marshall, Lovell, and Hayward. So looking at that cell, and zoom in on her here. Yep, it's got, you can see it. This area right here, it's moving into that warning box. And again, moving to the northeast. This one is in place for these areas from Dover to the East Tennessee, Marshall, pretty rural, moving to the northeast. Eventually, Ponca City, Perry, Morrison, all here, for the next, after this one, after the 6 o'clock hour, if all this continues to hold together. We looked at the surface maps and that earlier, and a pretty good indication, and the severe storms center forecast. This was the real high area that was being forecasted here all day and into yesterday. So that's where we're focusing on as we continue here. These anybody in this area for later this evening, 7, 8, 9 o'clock, would be all the way from Belton to Paola, those southern suburbs of Kansas, Lee Summit, Olathe, Stillwell, Ottawa, the towns out to the southwest. Olathe is down here, Belton, Butler County, all this area will be the area in Kansas to keep an eye on. As we look forward in Oklahoma, again, this immediate lines right here, the Stillwater to Enid, Ponca City, Arc City, Winfield, and Kansas. This is our next through 6 o'clock focus, and then they'll slowly start moving eastward. So like 7 o'clock, we could be Oklahoma City, Bartlesville through Coffeyville. Again, that severe area extended all the way into this Springfield, Joplin, Pittsburgh area. So this is where we're talking this evening. Again, let's go back in here. We've got the 4 cells. Either this is on the ground. Let's see if there's an update on this because it extended it to the east. So until 5:45, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Fall River, 10 miles west of Fredonia, moving northeast. Tornado and quarter-size hail. I'll go back to this cell in the Howard area. Again, radar indicated. And then at one point, this this was confirmed. This cell that's now got this new warning. They're saying radar indicated now, but it doesn't matter. It's a potential tornado. Take shelter if you're in Fall River, New Albany, eventually Fredonia, Coyville, Toronto. These warnings go till 5:45, so another 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Granola, this is the other one, and then back down here into Oklahoma. This cell has a tornado warning on it as well with possible rotation. It's now through Granola. It'll be cool once we get past Granola. I don't think there's a lot out there. And then back down here to the Hennessy area, Dover. This one goes to 6 o'clock down here. So that is kind of the rundown as we speak. We are nearing 5 o'clock, 5:30 here.
Yeah, Chris, and I just want to jump
Michael,
in.
have you seen anything new?
Yeah, so we're expecting another watch likely here to the north and northeast, so east of Des Moines into the Iowa area, so the far northeastern part of Missouri, eastern Iowa, and northwestern part of Illinois for some development here. So this would include Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Davenport, and those areas here. So they got hit hard in this area last night, and it looks like it potentially could get hit hard again tonight. So this would be more of an evening into an overnight system here. So we'll see what the Storm Prediction Center does here, and let you know if they do issue a tornado watch. This says the probability of doing that is around 80%, so it's very likely.
Okay. So it does look like this is going to continue. Those were, once that one watches up, this is, later this evening as we continue to move ahead. We got the watches that are in place in the areas where we've got the current activity through, I think these Oklahoma watch goes till 8 o'clock. The Kansas watch in the Missouri till 9. So we are going to have a busy evening here with tornado. This was forecasted to be a very high probability today, and we're starting to see it. I'm trying to think if that the largest one I believe was down there in Texas earlier, but this activity here in Oklahoma is what we're watching now. Again, kind of go back and run down these where they're located here as we get around the 5:30 time frame. Again, these are going till 5:40, another 15 minutes. Looks like this one here dropped, the Howard one, to a severe thunderstorm warning. We got this one in Oklahoma. These are kind of merged together in this area. We got Howard now is in a severe thunderstorm warning. We can kind of see if we got any hail. Storm at the Granola. These are 55 mile an hour movement. As far as I don't see any, might look at some of the storm reports to see what we got actually being reported. But again, let's go to these two areas where we do have radar indicated rotation, and at one point a confirmed tornado by spotters. So we're looking in this Fredonia to Guffield, Benedict, and Gufford. Fredonia, that's a pretty good size community of around 1,200 or so. And then we got New Albany, Fall River, Coyville, Toronto. The next 15 minutes, all these areas should be people taking shelter. This is a dangerous storm. It is showing rotation on radar. and has a history. So that area, and then we can go back down to northeast Oklahoma, right on the Kansas line. It looks like we got a warning on the Kansas side, a tornado warning on the thunderstorm warning on the Kansas side, a tornado warning on the Oklahoma side. This is probably the area we're talking on this from Parker northward to Cedarvale and Kansas. Kind of push through Granola now. We got Granola on the Kansas side and a Granola on the Oklahoma side close together. So it's this is where we're focusing again. Rural areas. If we kind of look at our metropolitan areas, the suburbs of Winfield, Ark City, Wellington, Derby, the west suburbs will probably, or the south, the very, very south parts of Wichita proper, it's kind of missing there. But you get out to Belle Plaine, Odell, Douglas, Winfield, Ark City, the cities to the south and east of Wichita, these larger cities do have severe weather warnings from New York to Ark City, Winfield, 1-inch hail, wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Cedarvale, Granola, you get to these more rural areas. This is where we got the tornado warning. So again, we've got these up here that had a history when they were down around the Howard area, more in that 4 o'clock hour. Now up here, this is a new cell that had radar indicated rotation. We'll watch to see as it's crossing Kansas what will be issued on that. If we go back down to our storm back in the Tennessee area towards Marshall. Again, this one's till 6 o'clock, so another half hour. This radar it looks like now we're kind of in the middle of that watch. Marshall's right here, so that is the community that's kind of under the focus of that. So the storm is southwest of Marshall, heading towards Marshall. Radar indicated potential tornado, and this watch warning goes till 6 o'clock. The watch in Oklahoma is through 8. So we're looking at this area. Stillwater, I think, is in the watch still. And I don't know if it will continue. But we go back to Kansas. Like we said, 4 o'clock, this was kind of where we thought the focus at 5 to 7 would be. That's getting, out here, the dynamics, the atmosphere was right, the upper low dynamics are right. We've got the dry air surge coming in here. I might go back to our surface map for a little bit. I got her. We'll leave the radar up to keep an eye on that. And I won't put it on the screen, just read it here. So yes, the thunderstorm areas that are from Ponca City, Enid, backwards towards Ark City. We've got north winds and thunderstorms being reported, rain being reported, and temperatures in the lower 60s. You get out ahead of it from Tulsa to those areas where the tornado warnings are, and out ahead of it, we got upper 70 temperatures. We got dew points in the middle 60s, and those go all the way to south of those suburbs in the southern parts of Kansas City. So let's just take I-70 in Kansas City and southward. That is kind of, and to the south and east. So I-35. Let's use 35 as our areas south and east of I-35 from Wichita to Kansas City will be the north end of the severe weather activity here through 9 o'clock, and then all of southeastern Kansas. And eventually, as we get towards the end of that watch, we'll be talking Joplin, Springfield, and those areas in Missouri. Same thing for Oklahoma. The areas from north of Tulsa to where it's raining in the Ponca City, to the northeastern parts of the state, all the way down to Ada. Out in front of this, we've got 80s, upper 70s, low 80s. Dew points 69, I believe, is the highest dew points down there in the southeastern parts of Oklahoma. So we'll keep that in mind. And then we got the new watch up in Missouri and Iowa, which would, again, same thing. It's out ahead of the rain, cooler air, but they're in the 70s, all lower to middle 70s, dew points in the mid 60s. And that's going from where that whole watch box is to the river here later, the Mississippi River, later this evening. So that's kind of the rundown of the surface dynamics. We can.
Chris here. I know there's some talk here, and maybe you can explain this to people here that in the Oklahoma City region specifically, taking a look at here, there might be developing a cap around 800 MB, and so maybe some actual inhibition in that area there. What are we looking like in Oklahoma City? Storms are starting to fire, knowing this information. What are we talking about here?
Okay, Oklahoma City is the atmosphere is starting to cap off. So what that means is it's the chances for enhancement are lessening. And when you go back to our surface map in Oklahoma City, what we've got going on is we got this drier air that's pushing in to that low pressure in Oklahoma City, that the storms aren't able to continue to elevate or rise. And so your cool air, it's going opposite. It's capping off. That warmer, drier air is coming into the top, and the cooler, drier, and then the warmer, moist air is not being able to lift up and develop into the supercell storm. So as we're getting a cap in that area, that's going to lessen the likeliness that these storms will become severe. It shifts it more to the north and east, kind of what we've been talking about into southeastern Kansas and that. So that is kind of the dynamics that new information coming in, as Michael said. So we're kind of capping off in that Oklahoma City area. We'll be focusing more, that would kill, as you're looking on the radar here. We'll watch this activity down in the Wichita Falls area, but that would be moving into that same capped off area. We got Oklahoma City in there. So our attention will be focusing from this activity in Ponca City towards Tulsa over the next couple hours, then back into southeastern Kansas. So we'll go back in those areas. Again, these have all been radar indicated. We got another 10 minutes on them. This looks like we're getting some pretty Cedar Vale. Cedar Vale's been getting hit all day. Again, it looks like large hail, potential rotation moving through Cedar Vale. I think we were had the first cell that's now up here towards Coyville and north of Fredonia. That went through this same area. We saw something similar to this yesterday up in Iowa. Once those storms got past the city, Omaha and the Iowa side there, we saw when it got in the rural area, their storms started 2 or 3 multiple vortexes would start forming and kind of taking the same trail, and that kind of seems like feels like I'm repeating some of that stuff from yesterday. So, again, these are all small towns. They were small towns up there in Nebraska, Iowa, large towns in Nebraska where that severe outbreak happened. Again, this doesn't seem like today we had higher probabilities, but right now, from my covering yesterday and here this afternoon, it seems a little less, I shouldn't say less dangerous, but at least the tornadoes aren't as large.
Yeah,
could
Chris,
be
I
the time
want
of
to share
day.
something here. This is really interesting here. So they're testing out here a new thing called StormNet, and I don't know if we've talked about that at all on this channel yet here. But here's an example that was posted at 5:15 local time, just to the north and east. I had a high probability. North and east of Fredonia had a high probability of seeing a tornado in that area there. So this was posted at 5:15. High probability of a tornado. And then I'm going to switch over to my radar here. And this is the Fredonia area. Okay, and this is what we're taking a look at right here. That area is under, just less than a half hour later, is under a tornado warning. So it's cool to see technology develop and how we're getting a little bit better about predicting these kind of things. Still have a long ways to go, no doubt about it. But very interesting to see that StormNet here predicted this area would see a tornado, and now about a half an hour later is currently under a tornado warning.
Yeah, that's interesting, Michael, because I think back to what we've been covering, we quickly got on the 4:00 HRR model data, and you could see that it was lit. Things were changing into that area, and so it to see how it's getting faster. The prediction and everything kind of catching up, and then that accuracy coming in like that. It's been that stuff is really coming along. So I guess as we advance at this, it still takes the human element to do this side of it, the reporting, but having that technology under our tools is kind of exciting. That's what's making it very, very exciting.
Absolutely. We're taking a look at two different areas of rotation that you've been talking about in the storm here. So if you're in the Benedict area, the Guilford area, I know you're outside the warning here, but the Buffalo area up towards Yates Center, you need to be taking shelter. The storm here is powerful, it's strong, and potentially producing a tornado. We're obviously seeing rotation here in a couple of different areas. So if you're under a tornado warning, whether it's here or anywhere, take these warnings serious, enact your emergency plans, get to the lowest level of your home, a basement or underground storm shelter if you've got one. If not, if you can't get underground, then get to the lowest level of a sturdy building. If you're in a vehicle, if you're in a mobile home, anything that is not sturdy, you want to abandon that right away. So if you're not under a tornado warning, make sure that you know what the plan is. Your family and friends know what their plans are. And if you become under a warning, it's time to enact those plans. So again, if you're in the Benedict area, Buffalo area, up towards Yates Center, if you're in this area here, you need to be taking shelter immediately.
Yeah, that's again, that is the area we're focusing on. If you again, that's rural. Fredonia is a pretty good sized community, and Yates Center. So we're in those areas again, like Michael said. Warnings don't matter who you are, where you are, and what. Take cover and protect your livelihood. You first, family, and then we'll worry about what happens once they get out of here. But again, that Fredonia to Yates Center to Toronto, Coyville, you're under the storm now. We go back down to the Oklahoma border area, South Cedarvale, into the right on the border. Potentially, we got more tornado warnings both there. I know the Oklahoma side that is the rural reservation type area. You get to Cedarvale, you got small communities. Sedan is a fairly good sized community. We've got, that's kind of where that edge of that warning box is. So we'll keep an eye on Sedan, Chautauqua, Perry, Elk City, Oak Valley, Fredonia, Buffalo, Gulford. You'll see where we're kind of talking here on the radar as this stuff slowly pushes eastward. Behind the tornado warnings, we still got thunderstorm warnings for Enfield, Arc City, down to Oklahoma, Cost City, Ponca City. And, these cells are producing lots of rain. We're probably talking rainfall in the amounts of 1 to 3 inches here this afternoon. Won't be surprised if we don't start seeing some of the flood stuff coming up. Might be one there. I can't see if there's a green box there or not. It's colored in the radar, but this is a large area. Could be small hail, heavy rain in those areas. And then on the front line here, we talked about the surface map, how these communities out in front. Oklahoma City is kind of capping off. So, like we're seeing here, this should die off. And this, we start going towards Byersville, probably northeast of Tulsa, Miami. Start thinking later this evening, Joplin, Nevada, Butler, and Missouri. And again, of course, the next major metropolitan area past Wichita would be southern Kansas City and southward along the Missouri border. So that's later. We got some tornado warning back here in our area. Let me hop on that real quick here. Okay, for our listeners in Northwest Kansas, we do have a tornado warning in that area. We were talking about if anything did happen. This will be for 5:40 p.m., 5:39. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles north of Scott Lake, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. A tornado and quarter-size hail, radar indicated location. So for folks in the this goes until for 17 minutes, so till the top of the hour. We've got this cell that we're going to keep an eye on. That is, again, it's south of Oakley, crossing 83. Has a potential of a tornado in it. It's radar indicated, and will be crossing 83. So if you're out there traveling north of Scott City towards Oakley, again, we got a potential tornado. You're seeing that little bit of rotation and hook in there north of the Scott County Lake Park, moving to the northeast. Let's take this as a dangerous storm. Looking behind it, again, this low is in here, so this was the kind of the threat area. The sun did pop out in Logan County and Go County. We ran that down with the report with Jill on KYVZ radio. He may not. We'll just hold this here in case the radio stations do call. But we got another one on the upper low end, or the very, very tip of the upper low. And that's a classic place for potential tornadoes to pop up. So especially these quick moving, smaller kind of variety of tornadoes. Tornado warning for east central Wichita County. 5:44 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 6 miles southwest of Modoc and moving northeast at 20. The reason these are slow, they're on the comma head of the low, right under it. They're just kind of circulating and have natural spin to them already. This radar indicated rotation. Again, this is Wichita County up until 6:15 p.m. It's a small area there on the tailhead of the upper low. So to the north and east of Leota, Scott Lake. If you're on 83, stop. There's hail, wind going to Oakley, north of Scott City. This was if we thought we'd see a tornado earlier today, that is what we're seeing. Radar is indicating with these two areas, the potential is there. Rainfall looks like it's moving northward. There's a thunderstorm in Colby, heading northward towards Atwood. That's where we're at right now. So as we get towards 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, if you're 6 o'clock, start raining on 36 from Bird City to Oberlin or Herndon, the county line, Rollins, Decatur county line, and then lifting northward into north of 36 through 7. Our weather valet, that was the question, was what time would the rain get to Atwood and north? And that was what we forecasted, 6 and 7. So we're on course there. We'll watch these tornado areas again. Rural, not Scott City's not in the threat. Leota's not in the threat. Oakley should stay out of it. Grove City, this is all the Castle, the state park, Castle Rock, and all that. So it's very, very rangeland out here. So we'll watch for Oakley. Let's watch for Grove City, Greenfield. Once you get to the interstate, let's keep an eye on this storm. It's got possible rotation in it, some hail. So that's the coverage of there in northwest Kansas. We'll go back to Wichita, where we've got, looks like the Fredonia stuff kind of okay, so we're back. Cedarvale. Okay, the Fredonia, it looks like we've downgraded that to thunderstorm warning again. It has been downgraded, but again, I would keep an eye on this area from Fredonia to Humboldt, this area, Yates Center. Severe thunderstorm warning will go into this one that's back through Cedarvale and the state line area. It looks like that is in effect until 5:15 and 5. And then I don't see any updates on this. Max size on the hail, 1 1/4 inch. I think that's something new. I don't remember seeing that. Tornado $half size hails. Looks like we got some hail size confirmation probably. So again, if you're in northern or south of the Oklahoma border, northeastern Oklahoma, rural areas there, tornado warning, it's imminent for at least the next 10-20 minutes. So take your tornado precautions. Cedarvale, this area was hit earlier, so again, just stay under shelter. Sedan, Granola, warnings back in Howard. Let's see what we got back here. This one in Oklahoma. Got the tornado warning in Garfield County in southeastern Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm cable producing a tornado located near Marshall, moving northeast at 35. Again, radar indicated rotation. Tornado $half size hail will be near Marshall. I think that was the last one we talked about before we went back to northwest Kansas. So that is this area right here. Again, really rural. Like it doesn't matter. Tornado warning in place again for another 10 minutes. We'll watch that. And Michael, any pictures or anything coming in of this activity?
Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot to unmute myself here. But no, I don't have any new pictures or videos right now, but we are watching in your neck of the woods there in northwestern Kansas, western Kansas, a couple of tornado warnings, and especially the one to the west of Scott City here. And I anticipate they'll extend this morning a little bit, but you can see on the velocity here, the reds and greens, where they're coming together right there. And the brighter colors, there's some good winds there, and there's probably some good rotation there. And so we're scouring social media, trying to get some more information there, as well as another area we've been watching. It's not tornado warned. It's to the north of Scott City as well here. So all in total, looking at my list here, we've got 8 current tornado warnings right now in the Midwest that we're following along with. So sorry if we're jumping around too much here, but we just have a lot of tornado warnings to talk about, and especially in Oklahoma, we've got a lot of storm chasers out there. Speaking of Oklahoma, real quick, as you regroup here, Chris, and I'll give it back to you. We talked a few moments ago about the storms to the south and west of Oklahoma City, and that's this group right here. And I was taking a look at some models here to see exactly what's going to happen to these storms here, because as you mentioned there, the caps kind of got in place here in the Oklahoma City area, and especially really to the closer area of Oklahoma City. Eastern Oklahoma is still pretty wide open right now. So if these storms can make it to the east side of Oklahoma City, then we can, expect them to become severe again, or not again, they're severe right now, but to stay severe and potentially even spin up even more. So the question that I've been watching here is the direction of these storms. Are they going to move more towards Oklahoma City, or are they going to go to a more eastward movement right here? And then what kind of atmosphere will they be getting into? And by that time, will the cap have changed a little bit, allowing for these storms to progress a little bit more and for more storms to pop up there. So several areas that we're watching from up to just south of Des Moines into Oklahoma City into northern Texas. And then as well back in your neck of the woods here that I don't know if you've got any updates on these warnings here there in northwestern Kansas.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. So we've got, like Michael said, we've got a lot of action in a large area. These low pressures of yesterday and today were very similar in the fact that they were generated from the Four Corners region. They were kind of cut off from the main jet. That allowed them to spin longer, pull up more Gulf moisture out ahead of them. We're heading into that time of year with the longer days and the natural warming of the atmosphere heading into May. And that's what primed us for the severe weather outbreaks that really hammered Omaha yesterday, east central Iowa. And again, we've had lots of activity here today. We saw some of the reports coming in today of the activity in Omaha area. Definitely some large tornadoes, and just follow us here on American Weather Streaming Channel. We'll get that information out to you. But I'm going to zoom in here. Michael gave.
Yeah, northwest Kansas here in your area. We do have a new tornado warning just to the west of Scott City here. Again, radar indicated. So west central Scott County and west central Kansas, tornado warning until 6:30. So severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located near Modoc, moving east at 15 miles per hour. So a slow moving storm here. Let's take a look at the velocity real quick here with this new storm to that. And so we're still seeing where the reds and greens coming together there. A little bit of brighter colors, that definitely some rotation there. And then we're about 5 minutes left of the tornado warning just to the north of it. You still have a little bit of the reds and greens coming together, but it's nothing like it was just moments ago when we first saw that tornado warning being issued, Chris.
Yeah, and on that, we were talking about that being kind of on the the head of the upper low, and it's taken that eastward movement now. Kind of with the whole storm system, maybe picking up some speed and moving north. So, that Scott City, it looks like it'll be just to the west and northwest a bit. But again, if you're on the 83, let's watch out there to the west and northwest of Scott City. That is a likely area that at least a smaller funnel is imminent.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll continue to follow that area there too. And I know, Chris, your time with us, later, Chris, so whenever you got to go, just let us know, and we'll take it from there.
Okay. Which one do we got on the screen now? We got my radar back on. Okay. So we're back east of Arc City. Take a look at this stuff. It looks like there's been a little bit of updating because we're getting past the top of the hour here. Let's see what we got. We got a new warning. It'd be tornado warning for northeastern Osage County. At 5:52, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles southwest of Elgin, moving northeast at 35. This will be in the Big Heart area, Washashi State Park, and Hula during this upcoming tornado warning. So again, those are some of our rural areas in the Indian Nation area. Take cover. That's been extended till 6:45, and then that's this cell right here. So we got this warning handing off to this warning, and it's right on the Kansas border. So I'm expecting that we'll see a similar report here. Let's see if Central Chautauqua County until 6:30. So we have got that one, damaging tornado, radar indicated rotation. This tornadic thunderstorm will be over rural areas of Chautauqua County over the next 30 minutes. The threat has 1.75 hail, and again, rural Chautauqua County in southeastern Kansas. So that is to the west of Chautauqua, southwest of Sedan. Sedan, and that Sedan's a pretty good sized community. So Sedan, please take Cade. You're in a tornado warning area. Looks like we're going all the way back to Cedarvale, Haxton, Elgin, Sedan, Grafton, and again, everything along highways 99 and 166. So again, you can see this here. Let's look at this radar. Here's the cell we're talking about. 2 cells here, this area. Again, if you're talking about the end of a line of storms, that's a classic area for tornadic activity. So we've got this line that kind of extends here to the Oklahoma-Kansas border region. Sedan, Chautauqua, the Indian Nations here. Take cover. That's where we're at with this potential tornadic activity. Let's see what we got going on up here now to the north. Buffalo, we got a new tornado warning. Northeastern Wilson County, southeastern Woodson County at till 6:30 p.m. 5:56, a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado capable was over Buffalo or 11 miles west of Chanute, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This thunderstorm will mainly be over rural areas of northeastern Wilson and southeastern Woodson counties. However, if you're in that region, take shelter. It's a tornado warning. Again, we continue to be in these kind of more rural areas. Buffalo is a community. We got Chanute. Chanute's a significant size community. So Buffalo. We'll get that moving. For the next half hour, we do have this tornado warning in that region. So again,
Yeah,
these.
I do want to show that, as we discussed a little bit ago, a new tornado watch has been issued. This does include Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Davenport, Iowa, in that area here. So tornadoes are possible in this area, hail up to 2-inch size in diameter, and scattered wind gust up to 70 miles per hour likely in this area. So this goes until midnight tonight, midnight local time in this area here. So it's going to be a long night for everybody. If you're in this area, make sure you pay attention to the weather and have a way to receive weather warnings as they occur.
Okay. As we've been talking, we kind of expected this to be the way the evening would go. We can kind of go back down here, talking about the cap area. We're not seeing, we'll see if stuff will redevelop or continue here to the southeast of Oklahoma City. But I think our main threat area, right now it is rural, but as we start moving a little bit further east in southeast Kansas, these communities start picking up in size. Yeah, Yates Center, Fredonia, Sedan. This one here down here is Sedan, Chautauqua. Let's keep your eye on that. I think I definitely take cover. That's right on the end of the line of storms. So that is really heading towards Sedan, Elgin, Chautauqua. I know, this is where the most likeliness area of the tornado. But it's going to be between Sedan, Chautauqua, Purdue, Elgin, is in Elgin or through Elgin, Peru. This is where we need to kind of watch here now the next 30 minutes. These two areas, again, we got this up here in Buffalo. Very, very, very rural. Iola, though, you're on the end. Once you get back up to the 56, Eureka, Yates Center, Iola, Fort Scott, these are some of our bigger cities in southeastern Kansas. Those of you that aren't familiar with Kansas, Coffeyville, Pittsburgh, Fort Scott, this is all of these are the bigger communities. This is the heart of Independence. But Sedan, let's watch Sedan. I think that storm is very, dangerous. We are under warnings. As you know, if you're in a tornado warning, take shelter. Get to the lowest level of your house. If you're outside, ditch, sturdy facility, wherever you can get park your car. I know we were talking about this. I think on one of the questions, in the early 90s, we had the famous footage of the going under the underpasses on the interstate in the El Dorado area. Ditch, wherever as low as you can get. That type of safety precautions. That was a long time ago, but it's still out there, and people still ask that question. I think we talked about it on the radio a couple times already this year. Again, Sedan, Kansas, Oklahoma border area, northern Indian nations, southern Kansas, Caney will be to the west of Caney, probably. Independence, but Sedan, I think that's the take shelter with that storm. Go back up. There's thunderstorm warnings back in the northwest Missouri stuff. Let's go back. What's happening in western Kansas? Is that stuff still? Got one, the Scott Lake area. So as Michael, we just ran down, if you're tuning in, northwest Kansas, the Scott Lake storm, or the storm to the north and west of Scott City, is the one of immediate danger. Those other storms out there could have some small hail, but again, that target area in western Kansas, or northwest Kansas was very small. It was because we had cloud cover for most of the day on the interstate northward, and it was from Oakley, Scott City, Syracuse to Tribune. So that was kind of the area that if you looked at those when them severe storm models first came out this morning, that first ones where it was shifting all that to the south on that Smoky Valley area, Smoky Hill River area through the state parks down there, that verified. Again, we'll talk about the accuracy of the tools that we have to work with. It's getting very accurate, particularly on this severe weather. So, take all the precautions that you were, your local EMS updates, your radio stations, your weather radio. And, if you see these come out from severe storms and we're relaying them out, sometimes I noticed something this year. We'd had these meso discussions, and sometimes they don't come out for a while. Then at other times you only got about 10, 15 minutes before the discussion and the watches and the 95s and 80% things. So again, once you see severe storms putting those areas up, stay alert, start listening to the radio more, start paying more attention, and then we don't get caught by surprise. But again, here we're back. Sedan, I'm just kind of watching this. This is the one I'm really focusing on for Kansas, northern Oklahoma, Chautauqua, Elgin, Sedan. I think that thing's starting to move east more, like we were talking northeast. Feels like this is moving or building east more here the last 30 minutes. But again, Sedan, Chautauqua, this storm is moving through as we're on live here. Peru, that is the strongest cell at the point with a tornado warning. And then we also got the one, up in Buffalo. This is all rural area in that watch box, other than the community of Buffalo. Or warning box, sorry, I gotta quit. So tornado warning, rural areas between Chanute, Buffalo, and Humboldt. Sedan, take cover. Chautauqua, take cover. Peru next. And then we'll watch, this box. This one is till bottom of the 6 o'clock hour, when that will be, that Elk City, Oak Valley, Elk Falls region, potentially, if it keeps tracking towards the end of that box. Elk City, west of Independence. So, we'll zoom back out, take a quick peek at what we got, and I'll leave this radar up. I think that's my radar. And yep, we still got her out there at Scott Lake. Something happening up by Grand Island. So it looks like the tornado area in Buffalo, we now got thunderstorm warnings for the area out ahead of it. That is going to go to 7 o'clock. These storms that are moving, we've got a tornado warning in the box here for another 20 minutes for rural areas between Chanute, Humboldt, Yates Center. We'll say between Chanute and Yates Center, moving northeast. Iowa's now in watch. Morgan got some thunder here in Atwood, so if you're tuning in Atwood. Here's the rain. Is it 6? Yep, it's 6. So we'll expect some rain here for the next couple hours. That'll make everybody happy. So again, Iola now under the Yates Center is under a severe thunderstorm. It is to the east of Yates Center. These are going to 645, that one, 7 with one further to the east. History of rotation in this cell. We'll watch here in 20 minutes to see what happens as this thunderstorm moves towards Humboldt and Iola. There is possibility that'll stay potentially as a rotating radar indicated tornado. So Humboldt, Iola, stay alert. Thunderstorm warning could be upgraded to a tornado warning. Back to Sedan. This is moving through Sedan, Chihuahua areas, Peru. Again, we talked about that being an area at the end line of storms. Classic area for tornadic activity. Sounds like there might be a little hail and stuff that just it's coming through here. It'd be small hail in this Northwest Kansas stuff. Could be just big raindrops, but sounds a little bit chunky. So let's go. Okay, Michael, anything interesting?
Yeah, Chris, really not a whole lot interesting. I've been watching the storm here to the south and west of Oklahoma City and watching the storm chaser nearby, so you can kind of see the conditions of what we're seeing there to just to the in the Park Burnett area here in Oklahoma. So he's riding on Interstate 44 right now, trying to better position himself for the storms here. But as we're watching the storm, the rotation that we've been seeing here and the velocity has been dying out. So hopefully it continues to trend that direction, and the tornado warning can be allowed to expire. And so, yeah, we're watching it here on the live feed from the storm chaser in the area. We're not getting many other pictures or so forth. If I take a look here, we're down to 5 tornado warnings right now. So I don't want to minimize that, because 5 tornado warnings are 5 tornado warnings. But we were in the double digits, so things seem to be coming down a little bit. We'll continue to monitor this storm and with what we see here. I need to move this here for a second and get the radar back on. But really, as we're watching this here with these storms, so there were 3 supercells or complexes of thunderstorms here with this, and they're kind of joined together here into a line of storm. And so that's what we're watching here. You see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings with this here. Just to take a look at what we're seeing here, 16-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with some of these storms here in this line. So we still see some hooks every once in a while, kind of what you see right here. And then we turn the velocity on, and what we're seeing, if that matches up. And you can see reds and greens coming together in that area. And so, like I said, we'll continue to monitor it, and we'll be watching the feed here from the storm chasers in the area, and we'll break in here if we see or learn anything new.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Now we got the 3. I guess there's got the warning back in western Kansas, the Sedan area, the one up there. We'll watch for Iola here for the next 15 minutes or so. We may, see this stuff kind of weakening for a while, but again, dangerous situation. Out ahead of it, we still got atmosphere that has been warmed up and lots of dew points there. So we got to see how much sheer energy is coming in with this low as it swings through central Kansas. This looks like a lot of this is starting to shift north and east, eventually towards south of Kansas City. You saw the watch that came up for portions of Iowa and northeastern Missouri. So that, it looks like this is low is doing its lift north and east through Kansas. So that's kind of the rundown.
Yeah, and then a quick update. Sorry to interrupt you there, Chris, but in the Sedan area that you've been taking a look at here, with the funnel clouds now are being reported by those in the area. It doesn't say who exactly, but funnel clouds are being reported in the storm there near Sedan that you've been following. So there's still some rotation there, and we'll monitor the National Weather Service out of Wichita, who oversees that area, and see if we can get some new information here on exactly what's going on.
Yeah, and that was that was the one that did look like the one to be concerned of. And Sedan, again, there is some funnel clouds there. Is that feed actually the Sedan right there? That's playing.
No, this is the storm that's playing right now just to the south and west of Oklahoma City.
Okay, that's the Oklahoma City one. Okay, so we do have some reports of funnels in the Sedan area. Again, that is lifting to the north and east through there. So we'll kind of hang on this one and just let folks know if you're in the Sedan area, please take shelter. It's a dangerous storm. No matter if it's on a ground or just a funnel, you need to be alert. Got your weather radio. Watching this, listening to radio, however you get your information. That's the safest thing to be. I think there was a lot of advance. I don't know. I haven't had a lot of time to read about the stuff from yesterday, today. I just saw pictures, but I'm hoping that we meteorologists all across the country and severe storms had everybody prepared for that activity. That was just looking at some of that. I went to college there and seeing that stuff on Cornhusker Highway 44 into the west of Lincoln. I was like, got an aunt and family that lives there. I was just like, oh my Lord. And then we got Kenny, our meteorologist, was close to the one up there in Sarpy County and northwestern parts of Omaha. So, when it gets close like that, it starts to hit home how dangerous these storms are.
Absolutely. Yeah, and meteorologist Kenny Greening in that Omaha area. He actually lives about a mile from the airport, and I'm sure you've seen video or pictures of the damage that occurred by a large tornado that went through that area. So, very scary situation for all involved, including one of our own living in that area.
So, kind of watching this Sedan. I think that's the one we're most focused on. If you can hear the rumble of thunder here in Atwood, it's moving through. This thing's right. It's probably through Sedan. We're in the Peru area now. It will continue. It is looking like it's tracking a little more eastward than the northeastward. That's something I've kind of noticed in the last minutes. Even the one out in Kansas started doing that. In western Kansas started doing that. So we'll watch on these lines. Like Michael said, it's kind of the supercells are now becoming more of a line. Maybe do got some pretty strong one to develop back southwest of Derby. Augusta, we'll keep an eye on. That's El Dorado. See what that does. That could develop definitely into a warning. That would be El Dorado, Augusta, Aurora. We got Sedan. If this thing holds together, it looks like it just did update something. Or am I? Yeah, this is 25 minutes. So 6:13 tornado warning for eastern Chautauqua County. 6:13 capable of producing a tornado located near Chautauqua or near Sedan. Radar indicated rotation. So it is. So what that just did is it added to that Sedan warning and has it to the east. That box did not come up to the north; it came up to the east. Sabini, Hogan on the Oklahoma side, Caney on the Kansas side, Havana. That's 20 minutes. 6:45, where we're to the end of that watch box, and then it would be in your area at 6:45. So right now we've got Chautauqua, I think that's Dosha, Sedan and Peru, Havana, Caney is on the end of that at around 6:45. So again, that cell with the rotation, we have had some confirmation of funnels in it. Radar indicated with serious storm. It's now moved through Sedan and to the east towards Peru. And Chautauqua.
And Chris, I'm going to interrupt
Elk
you.
City is kind of on the north end of that box.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen here if we can. So we're watching the storm chaser on the storm just to the south and west of Oklahoma City. It's getting closer to the rotation of where it's at. And so you can see on the radar the icon of the storm chaser. He's heading west here towards the circulation of the storm. And you can see in the photo here, he's getting pretty close here. He's just to the edge of the rotation. So maybe if we can take a minute here and just kind of watch this and see what we see as it gets close. You can see the sky's darkening, and he's out on a county road there heading west right into the rotation, the very broad rotation that we're seeing on radar on this storm that is tornado warned.
Cool. So, this is what our technology is allowing us to do. Multiple screens, multiple live footage, radar up there now, and pretty cool. So, if you're, I'm out in western Kansas, I'm covering the state of Kansas. Looks like we can cover you west to east, Kansas City, Omaha, all the Midwest. We've got a team of meteorologists that are getting more and more involved here, and getting more and more subscribers in those states. So Missouri, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Iowa, Minnesota. That's where we're focusing the last 3 days. Haven't really had a chance to look at forecasts ahead, but I know Wednesday, Thursday, we thought that, I think when my Friday forecast, that was gonna, once we got this storm out of the way, we'd have a break for a while, more zonal flow, more ridging to the west, and then we'd be later next week.
So this is Aaron Jajak from Radar Omega. We're watching the feed there. So he just pulled over here, taking a look. He's right inside right near that rotation that we see in that storm, that tornado warned storm to the south and west of Oklahoma City. And of course, we've got a little buffer issue here. So hang with us, Chris. We'll see if we can get this corrected here. Unfortunately, it looks like we've lost his feed.
Does that come off his phone, off of his service?
Yes, and yep, and he gives it to Radar Omega to share on there. Let's see if we can get it back.
His cell phone lost service.
Yep. Between kind of being out in the middle of nowhere, as well as I'm sure there are a lot of storm chasers out and about, because this was it's a Saturday, so people are available, as well as we had a moderate risk of severe weather, so then this thing's been expected for several days. So I'm sure there are a lot of storm chasers out in the area as well. So we're having a difficult time reconnecting here. It's not on our end. It's on there, and you can see the number of viewers has fallen off dramatically. So people are going away from that. So he's right in the middle of that rotation that you see there on the radar. So some very broad rotation. We saw some of the clouds. It's hard to see from our point of view if there's any rotation or whatnot, but you did see some low-hanging clouds in that area as it kind of darkened up as it got closer to it.
Hey, Michael, I'm going to look at this. I know it did extend to the Scott County Lake here. So let me see what's going on over there. So if we're back into northwest Kansas or western Kansas, that tornado or potential rotation is now crossing Highway 83 north Scott City. So it would be into another tornado warning area for the next 40 minutes. And this would include northeastern Scott County and until 7:15, a severe thunderstorm producing tornado was located near Scott City, moving northeast at 10 miles per hour. So again, this is a slow mover. It is right on 83 pretty much. So, that is one of our busiest highways out here. It has all the truck traffic and semi traffic for all the agriculture industry that's out here. So stop in Scott City, stop in Oakley. This is moving across 83, like about 10 miles north of Scott City. So that would be Dighton in this area box, and Healy, Dighton, those communities, and then heading up towards the now that is again, this is on the upper end of that low. We got some strong thunderstorms. That's the very, very tip of the upper low. It's kind of cool. And so that is, this low is just spanning out here in central Kansas. This is the back end of it. We're catching all this rain. Looks like the heaviest rain is now east of Atwood to Oakland down to Colby. These are the thunderstorms that could have some, you heard it as it came through here, a little bit of small hail, a big downpour. And again, this is all rain behind this line of thunderstorms. This will continue to lift northeast, but we're going to keep a focus on this potential tornado for the next 45 minutes. Now crossing 83 into northeastern parts of Scott County. So here's Dighton. It's to the north, and it's going to move to the north and west of Dighton. Healy is right here. So it's kind of moving north and east of Healy, north and west of Healy. Again, this is state park, all state park in here, so it's really rural. This is a Smoky Valley, so it should miss. Please stop on 83, but once it gets out into here, again, that's very rural. So our rural listeners could be listening there, and then it goes into the state park. So Dighton, Healy, just listen, be prepared. It doesn't look like it's going to get there to you on Highway 4, but traveling on Highway 4, 83 right now, that's kind of where it's at. I know there's lots of feed yards and businesses right in here. So hail, possible tornado. In that area, the north is 10 miles north of Scott City. Tornado warning for another 45 minutes. Guess we can go back to Sedan.
And as you move the radar there, Chris, I'm going to show you real quick.
Anything from
National Weather Service out of Norman, Oklahoma, at 6:20 local time, about 10 minutes ago, just released a picture of the current tornado watch that is in place for northern Texas and for a large part of Oklahoma. And their caption here is, yes, the tornado watch remains in effect across the entire area. The immediate storm risk will be in the western North Texas and north central Oklahoma. But we do expect further development this evening and overnight. And so we see storms are really trying to fire up in central Oklahoma right now, but they're facing the cap there. But in a lot of the things that I'm seeing right now, we're expecting that cap to break at some point here sooner than later. So storms most likely are going to fire up here in Oklahoma. We'll have to just kind of wait and see exactly when those storms will be able to fire up.
Okay. Well, it does look like this area now has extended that tornado warning in Sedan to now include areas to the east and north. Northern Montgomery County until 7 o'clock, 6:30 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 6 miles south of Elk City, 12 miles west of Independent, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this now we got another warning area that does cover places to the west. Independence is on the east end of that. We got Elk City, Sycamore, and Havana, Caney. Again, we talked about Caney. It's like right on the tip of that. I'm crossing over. So the next half hour, this cell is going to be moving from to the north and east of Peru and into Montgomery County, which would affect the people and folks in Elk City, Independence, and Sycamore over the next 3 minutes. So take cover if you're in the Montgomery County area to the west, northwest of Caney and Independence. We got a rotation, potential tornado that will be moving through those areas. And then again, back in northwest Kansas, potential tornado crossing 83 into on highways 4, just to the south of the Castle Rock and Gove, rural parts of Gove County. Michael, I'm going to kind of hand it off here to the radar. And again, I want to reiterate that we got the watches in place. We can expect more development, particularly in northeastern Oklahoma, north central Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas. I know people are following us in Kansas City, particularly in them south suburbs of Johnson County, Olathe area. We do got thunderstorm warning that now popped up for you guys. Spring Hill, Paola, Osawatomie, all this is moving northeast through Lewisburg. Potential for some hail, wind gusts here soon, and also, this is building into Olathe and Overland Park. So I expect some severe weather here for the 7 o'clock hour. We talked about that earlier, from 7 to 8 to be in the southern suburbs of Kansas City, both on the Kansas and Missouri side, extending down to Paola. Now back in, we've got severe storms now in Iola, Garnett. All these warnings are just popping up on that leading edge. So for the next half hour, severe thunderstorm warnings that could potentially, because you're in a tornado watch area, become tornadic over the next half hour to an hour. So again, alert for southern suburbs of Kansas City, south of I-70 through that means Johnson County, Cass, Clay counties, Butler counties, cities of Paola, Harrisonville, Belton, Grandview, Lee Summit, Olathe, Gardner, Ottawa. Then you get back into all communities in southeast Kansas here as we're handing this off. So I am going to leave it there. Enjoyed this afternoon. And Michael, you got anything to add as what we're going to plan on here?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take it over here and have yourself a good evening. I appreciate the coverage here that you've given with that. So about 3.5 hours, you've been leading the coverage here. So that is much appreciated. Thanks, Chris. And like I said, enjoy your evening. And I'm sure on behalf of all the viewers, they appreciate all the information that they've received here. Really help keep people safe and secure during times of severe weather.
Okay. Michael, good night, everybody. We'll at the next storm.
All right, appreciate it there, Chris. And so, yes, we're following severe weather in the Midwest again. And so let's back up and take a review here. So the Storm Prediction Center still has much of Oklahoma, northern Texas, and southeastern Kansas under a moderate risk of severe weather. And so tornadoes possible, but also large hail and damaging winds with us. And another factor of the weather here across the board is going to be the potential for flooding. So lots of heavy rain falling in a short amount of time. And so flooding is a big concern. So remember, don't want to be driving through roadways that are covered with water because cars cannot swim. And so this is the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, who issued this moderate risk of severe weather here. Earlier today, we did see a NATO cast with their offerings here. So what this is, it's a computer model. It's 100% computerized here, trying to predict the possibilities of tornadoes and where they would occur there. And so you see the scale at the bottom in the blue there, it goes up to 60%, a 60% chance probability. So it's the highest that this model will go. And you can see much of Oklahoma is inside Oklahoma here is this 60%. It's the blue. And to my knowledge, this is the first time I've ever seen 60% on the NATO cast. And quite honestly, I don't think I've seen 45% either with that. But I'd have to think long and hard about that one. So the NATO cast earlier today was showing central Oklahoma as being a bullseye for a high probability of seeing some tornadoes today, and especially strong damaging tornadoes. And so we'll take a look at the watches here, but there are several tornado watches that are in effect right now. So conditions are favorable for tornadoes. So this could include several strong tornadoes. As we get close to sunset here and the nighttime, they're going to lose the heat component to this. So we'll see how the atmosphere is to react to the sun setting. Widespread hail, wind gust, in this as well, and we've seen a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS tornado watch a little bit earlier in western Oklahoma with that. And so if you are under a tornado warning, we currently have 5 tornado warnings right now. So if you are under one, that means a tornado has been sighted or indicated by weather radar. And so it's there, the rotation is there, and it's time for you to take action. All right, it's time for you to take action if you are under a tornado warning. So you want to move to the lowest floor of a sturdy building, preferably a basement or an underground storm shelter if you have one. If not, get down to the first floor of that building and as most interior room as possible. So staying away from windows and exterior walls. So put as many walls between you and the outside of the house as possible if you're on that, have to be on the first floor there. So stay away from mobile homes, get out of vehicles. Those are not places you want to be if you're under a tornado warning. So make sure you have a way to receive weather updates. So if your area does come under a tornado warning, you're able to react accordingly there to that. And so let's take a look here at the radar. You see in yellow here, these are all of the tornado watches that are currently in effect. All the tornado watches here currently in yellow. So up north here, all the way north of Davenport. You can see in Dubuque, there in Iowa, you can see the tornado watch there, and then going down into Missouri, a lot of Missouri there, into Kansas, and to Oklahoma, and far northern Texas, a few counties there under a tornado watch. With that here. So on the back end here, there is a tornado warning that is not under a tornado watch. It's under a severe thunderstorm watch here north of Scott City. And this goes for another 35 minutes here. And so until 7:15. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Scott City, moving northeast at 10 miles per hour. And so let's take a look at the velocity on this storm here. Let's get to a closer radar. And so you can see where we're looking for where the reds and greens come together, So a very broad rotation in this area. Likely nothing imminent as far as a tornado hitting the ground, but that's just according to the velocity here. So we need to pay attention if you're in this area here to local weather reports and follow those. So if you're in this area here north of Scott City, you need to be taking shelter immediately. You're under a tornado warning. So head to your safe spot and stay there for the time being. So here to the east of Wichita, we've got a tornado warning. So let's go back to the radar here. So we're taking a look here to the west of Independence. You're in Sycamore, Elk City, Peru area. You're under a tornado warning. So Chris has been talking about this storm for a while in the Sedan area, and it seems to be moving slow. But let's see here, located 6 miles south of Elk City. As of about 10 minutes ago, or 12 miles west of Independence, moving northeast of 50 miles per hour. So it is moving fast there with that. So I take that back. So tornado possible with the storm here. This is radar indicated, and $half size hail with this as well. So let's turn to the velocity here and see if we can't make something out of where this possible rotation would be. And so kind of broad there with what we're looking at to the west of Independence. So if you're in Independence, Sycamore, Elk City, take shelter immediately. You're under a tornado warning. So make sure you're taking shelter immediately following those steps that we just talked about there. All right, and so as we move to the farther north and east here, all right, what's our best radar here? Let's see, Kansas City. With this. And so the Brookfield area under a tornado warning. All right, this one lasts for about 3 more minutes. And so let's see what will happen with that. So let's turn on the velocity here. Not seeing a whole lot here in terms of rotation, but there are some strong winds and probably some large hail in this area just to the west of Brookfield. So if you're in this area, you need to be taking shelter immediately. You're under a tornado warning for at least a few more minutes. We'll see what happens here, but you need to be taking shelter immediately. So lots of storms, several severe thunderstorm warnings right now. A total of, I'm taking a look here, 17 severe thunderstorm warnings and 5 tornado warnings are currently in effect. So as we take a look at the radar, you see a lot of the orange boxes there. That's severe thunderstorm warnings. And so I'm just going to click on one here. This one lasts for 17 more minutes with this here. So ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gust. All right, people and animals outdoors could be injured. Hail could damage roofs, siding, windows, vehicles. The wind, the same thing. And so don't take these severe thunderstorms lightly. Just because you're not under a tornado warning doesn't mean there's no reason not to take shelter. With these strong wind gusts, 60 mile per hour wind or greater, be taking shelter. So you got to be weather aware tonight if you're in these areas. From Iowa all the way down to Texas, you need to be paying attention here. So Kansas City, you're seeing some heavy rain. The Overland Park area and southward and to the east side of the city from Liberty to Buckner to Green Valley. You're seeing a lot of heavy rain there, and then you see a lot of light to moderate rain behind that. So again, flooding is a concern. So be careful if you have to be out and about once these storms pass through, because there'll be a lot of standing water there. And just remember not to drive through that water. I know you can swim, but cars can't swim. And if you're inside of a car, that water can be very powerful and take control of your car and into areas where you don't want it to go. And so let's take a look here at another severe thunderstorm warning. So winds here at 60 miles per hour. So this is the one that's near Yates Center that we were talking about earlier. And so lots of storms, lots of rain in the area, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter size hail with the storm here. And so lots going on right now. So let's go back to what we kind of started our conversation here is central Oklahoma. So this was kind of the bullseye entering the storm here this afternoon and into this evening. And so far, we haven't seen a ton in central Oklahoma. So as you can kind of see on the map here, so kind of that bullseye we're looking at with the NATO cast and inside the moderate risk of severe weather, we're not seeing a whole lot right now. That's good news. All right, that's good news. The bad news is, however, you're seeing the dry line make its way closer to Oklahoma City here, and potentially the cap breaking. And if that takes place here, then we could see some development and firing up of some severe weather. With the sunset, the strong destructive tornadoes probability might be lessening. But that doesn't mean we can't that we're going to let our guard down. Tornadoes are still possible into the overnight hours. So we need to be paying attention to how this develops here in central Oklahoma, including Oklahoma City and eastward. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens here in the atmosphere and if storms are able to fire up as we move here. So lots going on. Here we're going to kind of play the radar here for a little bit, regroup ourselves, and we'll break in here as needed here. And so we're down to 3 tornado warnings. We're in the double digits in tornado warnings not too long ago, and so we're down to 3 right now. 3 tornado warnings. So we've got one here to the south and west of Oklahoma City, and one to the north of Tulsa here with that. And then it looks like the one in western Kansas is done now. So we don't see that. So it looks like we're back down to now 2 tornado warnings. So we're not making light of the 2 tornado warnings, but it is a much better trajectory than what we were seeing a little bit earlier when we had a lot more. And so we're going to continue to monitor the storms here. And as we do that, just kind of watch the radar here. We'll jump in if we've got some new information to share with that. For the time being, let's kind of just take a moment, relax. Luckily, we don't have a major tornado outbreak right now. We have seen several tornadoes today, so by no means was the weather forecast from the meteorologist and the National Weather Service a bust. However, it could have been a lot worse, and so we'll continue to monitor it and see how the atmosphere kind of reacts here to the sun setting soon, and a little bit of cooler air. So we'll play the radar here, play a little music in the background, and stay with us here at America's Weather Streaming Channel. And like I said, we'll jump back in if we've got some new information to share with you.